I'd like to call the Plan Commission meeting to order on Tuesday, November 25th, 2025 at 5:30 p.m. Sarah, can you take a roll call?
Denise Burdo,
Here.
Meg Bell, here. Patrice Champeau,
She's on Zoom. She's probably muted.
Skip Heidler,
Here.
Steve Baxi,
Here.
Laurel Harf, here.
Is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
So moved.
Motion by Bell,
Second.
second by Heidler. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Here. Is there a motion to approve the meeting minutes from October 28th, 2025? No, there's some corrections that have to be.
Looking at it, we show Ron King being present and he was not.
And Mary Kay Shumway's names, it says Mary Kay Steinway. Did anybody else have anything? Is there a motion to approve as amended? Motion by Heidler, second by Harp, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried. Comments, correspondence, and concerns from the public. Is there anybody joining us in person or on Zoom that would like to address a non-agenda issue? If you are here to speak about the public hearing, you will have that opportunity during the public hearing. So does anybody want to let us know about anything else? Way in the back.
I've got a comment about item 6E, as it relates to our property. I don't know if you want me to hold my comments to that item or,
You can mention it now.
okay. When they did.
Name, address.
Oh, Steve Usinski, 0519 Fieldcrest Road. When they did the comprehensive plan, I think you were present and I had talked about that the back part of our property is shown as forest, but it's not forest, it's actually orchard of some kind. And our neighbors to the south, Tom and Jeanette Sadler, that's also orchard. And what bothers me about the proposal for 6E is for requirements, it says the determination of woodlands in the woodland district are those woodlands identified in the future land use map in the village's comprehensive plan. Well, those aren't woodlands on our property, and I mentioned that to you, so while we plant orchard trees, that's okay too. But then when we get down to like item D, it says woodlands should not be cleared, cut, thinned, uprooted, or removed or anything without a plan put together by a registered forester. It's landscape architect or something, and that whole cost is supposed to be paid for by the property owner. If trees are gonna become that expensive, people aren't gonna have trees. You can't go and sit there and go and charge people these fees for all of these studies and stuff. Because if a branch comes off the tree, what am I supposed to do? Go and have a registered forester come in and make a whole plan for what to do next? I'm really confused about that. I thought I'd mention that to you for whatever it's worth.
I think that's a little extreme, but I understand your point. Thanks, Steve.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Laura?
I want to thank Julie Schmelter for her friendship, guidance, professionalism, and dedication to her position as Sister Bay Village Administrator. And I'm bringing this up now because I don't know if you're at the application next month or whatever, so. She works tirelessly to enforce the laws and ordinances that our village board created. She takes the brunt of complaints, anger, rude comments from villagers and builders who don't think village rules should apply to them. She defends the village with incredible knowledge and expertise when facing the zoning board of appeals. She's part of our meetings and guides our trustees and committee members regarding village rules, state rules, and what's legal. She has great experience in grant writing, obtaining several to help out our village. The past year and a half, she's been treated with disrespect from villagers and our board, yet I have never seen her act out of line, disrespectful, or unprofessional in return. She's even been bringing our codes and ordinances into compliance before she leaves at the end of this year. She's been helping the board while being forced into early retirement to find a company to recruit a replacement. I'll truly miss working with Julie, and I know many villagers feel the same way. It's been a pleasure to work with you, and I wish you the best, and so does Kurt, in your well-deserved retirement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Sarah, do we have anybody on Zoom that raised their hand? I do not see anybody. Okay. Anyone else in the audience? Okay. We will move on to the public hearing. 5A, proposed planned unit development and map amendment, limited access road, east of State Highway 57, Nick and Mary Devlin.
Okay, bear with me on a lot to read here, okay? So this is a notice of the public hearing. Oh, we have to open the public hearing at 5:35.
Yep.
Okay. Public Plan Commission notice of public hearing. Nick and Mary Devlin propose a 55-unit residential planned unit development consisting of 39 single-family residences and 8 duplex buildings, courtyards, playground, and dog park on approximately 15 acres east of State Highway 57. Acts off a limited access road connecting to Highway 57. The property is owned multiple family residence R2. If approved, the zoning map will be amended from R2 to planned unit overlay PUD. So I am going to start with the staff report. As discussed at the last meeting, the Devlins propose a planned unit development PUD on approximately 15 acres of land they own east of Highway 57, south of Hidden Maples condominium. The site would be served by a limited access road accessing Highway 57. This road has been discussed in spring. The Plan Commission reviewed the proposal and agreed to forward the matter to a public hearing. Attached is the Devlins application and plans. The committee has received a copy of that, and that has been posted online as well. With public hearings, we have to have the document available for the public 2 weeks prior to the meeting. So that was actually posted and made available 2 weeks prior to this date. So a little over 2 weeks prior to this meeting. After Mr. Devlin received feedback from the condominium to the north, he revised his site plan and he did attach a revised drawing, which is also in the packet. The issues that he wanted to revise were, he wanted to clarify that the freestanding garages are not storage buildings, but garages for the owners of the small homes at the northeast end of the property. As the committee knows, he proposed a dog park because this committee has talked in the past about requiring dog parks for multiple family residences. We recently had a case with an apartment building where we wanted them to install a dog park. He did hear some concerns from neighbors about the location of that dog park, so he relocated the dog park to the south end of the property near a stormwater pond, which is kind of along a path, so to speak, so it's easier to get to as well. He indicated the proposed easement for the requested future trail is labeled as reserved. And there were some letters and some concern about the trees along the property line that separates him from the condominium to the north. So we provided a link that Mr. Devlin gave us showing the site and the amount of vegetation that is on that site. The roads serving the interior of the development are private roads, a cul-de-sac and a 40-foot wide private road. This is typical of a multi-home development. The roads in the Hidden Maples condominium, as an example, to the north have 20-foot wide platted roads. So his roads are about twice, platted as about twice as wide as the neighborhood to the north. Excuse me. A 40-foot setback is required from a front yard, and if a public road, the setback is 60 feet from the center line of that road. The PUD does not have individual lots, so there actually are no public or private roads abutting the area where the homes will be built. All roads except the cul-de-sac, although private, will be built to village specifications. If the village also required setbacks from the hypothetical building lot lines or the building envelope to the private roads for those fronting on the potentially public road, the building envelope would be as close as 45 feet to the center line of the road. These potential setbacks were reviewed at last month's meeting, and the Plan Commission supported the setbacks proposed, noting the actual buildings may be further from the road than the building envelope. These setbacks are consistent with other setbacks in the area. Based on our file, the condominium to the north has buildings as close as 25 feet to the platted edge of the road. The interior roads in that portion of Applewood Road, that is private, or 40 feet to the described center line. This project is compatible with what we are seeing in that area. And again, that's if those roads were public, that's what the setback would be. But they are private. We don't have a setback from a private road. The building envelopes for each building site will be set back as close as 43 feet from the lot line to the north, again, where the condominiums abut the lot line. Building envelopes will be 58 feet from the lot line and as close as 10 feet from the lot line to the east. The code requires a 30-foot rear yard setback and a 10-foot side yard, so he more than meets those setbacks. This too is not uncommon though. The condominium to the north is approximately 22 feet from the common lot line and as close as 10 feet to the south lot line and 20 feet to the east lot line. The allowed density for the development is 55 units, or I'm sorry, he is proposing a density of 55 units. What is allowed would be 87. So the code would say you can have 87 units out there, but he's only proposing 55. I did do a little work to see how this development compares to the neighboring development, only because it is the closest one to this property. The neighboring development's density is 4 units per acre, and this development also is 4 units per acre. 6 units per acre is what is allowed, so it is below the allowed density. Just some other things just to share with you real quick. We haven't had a planned unit development come before us for, I think since most of you were on this, the plan commission. So I just wanted to share with you what the code says, some information on that. A planned unit development overlay district, which is what would happen here if approved. Just explain that. First, you have to approve the planned unit development. You don't have to, but if you approve it, you approve a planned unit development. It's kind of like approving a condominium. You're approving building sites within one large lot. And then once that has been approved, then there's an overlay district that is applied. So first you get the project approved. You can do it at the same time, but the step is you do the development agreement on planned unit development, and then the zoning map gets amended to show an overlay. So we don't have a lot of planned unit development overlays, but that is the process. So there's 2 steps involved. Approve it, and then the zoning map gets amended to show that there's a little overlay on it. The property remains zoned R2, but it has this little overlay layer saying, hey, just so you know, this property here has some special conditions on it. So the planned unit development district is intended to permit developments that will, over a period of time, be enhanced by coordinated area site planning, diversified location of structures, diversified building types, and/or mixing of compatible uses. Such developments are intended to provide a safe and efficient system for pedestrian and vehicle traffic, to provide attractive recreation and green spaces as integral parts of the developments, to enable economic design in the location of public and private utilities and community facilities, and to ensure adequate standards of construction and planning. The PUD overlay district under this chapter will allow for flexibility of overall development design with benefits from such design flexibility, intended to be derived by both the developer and the community, while at the same time maintaining insofar as possible the land use density and other standards or use requirements set forth in the underlying basic zoning district. In this case, the project does meet all the standards as if it was a regular development. However, if that road ever becomes public, they would need some type of waiver, and we've looked at that. We've considered that that would be an exception to this project, should it go forward and have public roads. And like I said, they're being designed so that they could be public someday in the event the village did take them over. Another thing I just want to share with you real quick is some information that was put out by the Center for Land Use. The Center for Land Use out of Stevens Point is kind of like the overarching, I don't want to say professional or consultant, but they do most of the land use and planning advice in the state. And so they had put out a little brochure on planned unit developments, which I'm going to hand out. But basically it's planned unit developments are up to each community what they do with it. There's very little state regulation on it. The land division code only addresses it if they would need a variance or something, which they do not in this case. But according to the Center for Land Use Design, the term planned unit development is used to describe a type of development and the regulatory process that permits a developer to meet overall community density and land use goals without being bound by existing zoning requirements. I'm going to pause for a second there and talk about what are those land use goals. So last April, we adopted a comprehensive land use plan. We said this is an area where we want to see multiple family housing. We talked about the need for housing, we talked about the need for diversified housing, more affordable homes. And that was all consistent with, as you know, the housing plan that the village board adopted in, early, I think it was January of 2024. So this is saying it's gotta meet those goals. It's gotta follow what you as a community have decided you want to see happen. A PUD is a special type of floating overlay district which generally does not appear on the municipal zoning map until a designation is requested. So you don't just put stuff as PUD and hope somebody puts a PUD there. You wait until somebody actually requests it, and then you add it as an overlay on the map. This is applied at the time a project is approved and may include provisions to encourage clustering of buildings, designation of common open space, and incorporation of a variety of building types and mixed land uses. Again, some of you weren't on the plan commission at the time, but in, I think it was October of 2023, we adopted an ordinance that encouraged the clustering of homes. We said, can you try and make your development more compact? Can you try and preserve woodland areas? In doing so, it makes the projects more affordable, which in turn keeps the cost of those homes down, but it also preserves the open spaces that we need. Part of the land use plan, when we were talking about that this past April, was the fact that we have lost so many trees in this village. And if I recall, we ranked last in the county, I think, as far as tree canopy, because we've lost so much of it. This is a project that, and then the plan that we adopted says, try to preserve that tree canopy. This is a plan that is doing just that. It's trying to protect the tree canopy that exists on that property. A PUD is planned and built as a unit, thus fixing the type and location of use and buildings over the entire project. So we put little envelopes out there and they can't stray from outside that envelope. Somebody has to stay within that envelope when they build, just like we do for condominiums. Potential benefits of a PUD include more efficient site design, preservation of amenities such as open space, lower cost for street construction and utility extension for the developer, and lowered maintenance costs for the municipality. I do want to note that we have received several letters from people, both in support and oppose, or some just expressing concerns. Those concerns primarily referred to the storage buildings, which Mr. Devley revised the plan to make it very clear they're garages. And then the dog park, which he relocated to the south end where there were no homes. I think those were the two main concerns in the letters. We did receive one letter that came in after the cutoff. We have a cutoff date. It's 3 o'clock the Thursday before the public hearing to allow us time to put the packet together. And we did have one letter that came in after that date. It was by a Donald Knapp. And other than that, I have nothing else for you at this time.
Okay. Thank you for a great introduction.
I am gonna pass out the land use handout just so you have it. It's something to read at home. Plan commission members have seen this in some way or form before, but I did want to just make sure you had it in front of you if you needed it.
Before I open it up, I would like to personally thank Nick. This has been a project a long time in the making. It has gone through many iterations. It's getting us closer to our housing needs, which is for probably the last 15 years has really been a top priority of the village. So I'm so glad to see that we're finally getting to the finish line. I will give you the opportunity to speak now if you want, but I will also give you an opportunity at the end to speak also. Do you want to say anything now, you or Mary?
There will be a fence around the dog. I'd rather wait and listen.
That's fine.
Back there.
Okay, very well. Okay, so who would like to speak? Yes, sir, and would everybody please state your name and your address for the record?
Bob Miller, my wife Carol and I live 2303 Somerset in Maples. I'm one of the ones who wrote about the dog park in its original location because it was right in our backyard.
And I do appreciate the fact that the intention is to move it. What worries me, one of the things that worries me is there were three plans in the packet that was submitted for this meeting for review. Two of the plans still show the dog park in the previous location, and one of them shows it where we're talking about it ending up toward the end of Applewood Road. So I'm concerned that it almost looks like there's an ambiguous application here. The planting plan shows trees to be planted, and one of the plans shows a tree buffer, but both of those show the dog park in that original location. So it almost looks like there's an opportunity to put the dog park in either of the two places. If
No,
this gets
that's not
approved.
the plan that, it's the last plan in there where it shows the dog park is moved.
Well, what about the other two that were in the packet?
Do you want to explain what happened
Sure.
with the packet?
I can explain. So when somebody submits an application, we do require a site plan, we require a drainage plan, and we require a landscaping plan. Mr. Deverly submitted that. After that, he had heard concerns about that dog park, so he submitted a revised site plan that shows that dog park at the set line. The staff report explains that that plan is the last page of the document. So if you go to the very last page, you would see the revised site plan, which is the one that we will look at and consider for the site plan. We will, however, still look at the other plans, because we want to see how is it going to be landscaped? How is it going to be drained? If approved, we will refer to which map is approved.
Okay,
So,
with that said, the planting plan shows some plantings and whatnot. It does not show any plantings going around the new location of the dog park. That's gonna be an eyesore as you drive down Applewood and turn up Somerset. It's gonna be an eyesore for the Scandinavian Lodge people to have that chain link fence sitting right there as they drive in, or as they recreate in their backyard. So that needs to be done. Furthermore, on the planting, what's shown as save the trees in one of those site plans is commendable, and I appreciate it. The trees along the border between Hidden Maples and the development, but there are areas in that where the trees are dead elms and not a screen. They're just basically scrub bushes and dead elms, but there's no explanation that trees are gonna be planted there. We need to have a screening arborvitae or evergreens or something where there is not currently trees as a screen.
Where are you specifically talking?
Well, I can tell you specifically behind 2303 Somerset Drive, there is a wide open space that's nothing but a dead elm and a dead something else. And
We
some
invite
scrub-
anybody to come to our house and look at the back and see how close it is and how open it is.
Man,
And it's a
No.
big concern.
So, and I say that, Nick, because I don't want this. This is everybody talking to the plant commission, so
Okay.
please take notes. And then, if you want to address things, to dispute something that somebody has said that's wrong. Or whatever, then you need to talk to us at that,
okay.
okay? All right.
I've got some more comments, but I don't wanna diverse into too many different things. Do you wanna proceed with that discussion, or should I add more?
It's a public hearing, so you may continue.
Okay, well, another concern is that with the dog park in that location, the people who are more immediately affected by it haven't been notified with a chance to provide written comments. I don't know what the address is exactly, but the building that's called the Q1 and Q2 in Hidden Maples are directly across the street now from where the dog park is proposed. And the residents or the ownership of Scandinavian Lodge needs to be aware that that is the proposed new location and be able to have a chance to have written comments about that.
Well, we're having one public hearing.
Okay, well, I'm just saying that I don't think, I'm just asking that it not be approved until that happens, so that's it. Another element that would be different is the easement that's proposed at the end of Applewood. The message was that Applewood would not be extended and the access would be from 57 in. So there should not be a reason for an easement for a future road there. Hidden Maples owns that section of Applewood. And increasing traffic on there is just gonna end up being higher maintenance, higher traffic. Or on our portion of that street. So I'm saying that easement should not be granted.
Do we have that easement already on the official map?
Yeah, I just want to address that and
Yeah.
clarify that. So, Applewood Road comes down to, if you're headed south on Applewood, it comes to Hidden Maples. And then the road becomes private at that point, and it serves Hidden Maples. And there is no plan at this time to try and push that road through, simply because we don't own the right of way there. It's owned by Hidden Maples. However, if you would start from the south and go north, the village does have an easement there. And the village, that easement would allow us to do improvements. We could also put a trail there, or Mr. Devley could put a trail on there, but that property, does have a utility easement on there that would allow the village to improve it. Would we do that at this time? I can't imagine we would spend that money because we can't go north because Hidden Maples owns that property. So there is no road plan to go through there at this time. When we were looking at our master plan last spring, we did get estimates to see what that would cost. It's a fortune. It's a lot of money. We're talking millions of dollars. Which we have no purpose to put that through or spend that kind of money. We have other areas that the committee, the Parks and Streets Committee, and then the board approved as where that money should be spent. So yes, that it does show as an easement. It is an easement. It's always been an easement, as I can't remember when, but it's been on the books for a long time. But no, there are no plans to put that road through. I will say though, as far as landscaping along that easement, Mr. Devley has proposed arborvitaes along the easement so that anybody, to the west of it would not be able to see into that dog park or see into his property. So that is on the site plan. You'll see, on the landscaping plan, he shows, it says dark green arborvitae space 6 feet on center. And that would run all along that easement there.
Yeah, I see that in the planting plan. That it seems to me that there should be a similar planting going east.
Of Somerset.
So as you head east,
Somerset.
as you head east along the road, he does show trees being planted on there. What he is showing is what he's gonna plant in addition to what's out there. Now, I will say this, you know, like on the other side of that lot line, the condo is supposed to have trees as well for that buffer. And why we require both sides to have those trees is to make sure we don't run into issues where people are complaining they can see their neighbor or something. So between the trees that are supposed to be on Hidden Maples property, plus these trees, it meets the code requirements of screening the property to make sure that views are protected, because we don't want people to not be happy either, you know?
And I appreciate that. Like I said before, though, again, I agree, there are several areas where there's good evergreen coverage, it looks great. But there are several other areas where it's
Pretty open.
pretty open, and like I say, the trees are, if there's a safety issue besides of right outside of our house. If that tree fell down in the storm, it would fall on our house. It is on
There's
you know,
2 trees,
the other
2
side.
dead trees.
the other side of the fence.
Yeah, my understanding is you had a lot of elm die out there, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
So it really thinned out your trees, so
Right.
now you can see more. I don't know if you
Excuse
guys.
me, this isn't our trees, these are on
This
the other
is
side.
trees on the.
Yeah.
These are on the development.
Well, you do, yeah, so I would say if you refer to that plan, and unfortunately I don't have the page number on here. But he does, the code requires the planting and he proposed it and it would be conditioned. We would make sure that those plantings go in.
Well, it doesn't show any planting going on, it just says safe to trees.
Are you looking at the landscaping plan?
Yes. I'm looking at the landscape plan that was in the packet. And it says save tree buffer and nothing about planting in that specific area.
I'm sorry, I thought you meant this area here. He's planting all trees.
You can't
Can't see that far.
I'm sorry, headed west of the, so,
I do see that there's trees being planted, but where I'm talking about is where it goes off at a 45-degree angle, if you, that would be northeast. at 45.
right?
It
And
says safe tree buffer. Some of that tree buffer is dead.
This is there.
yeah, when I looked at that, and looked at, and that's why we included those air photos in the packet, so everybody could see, it is pretty substantial, it's more than what we would require. So that's an
Dead
area
trees
we
is
would say,
acceptable as a buffer.
they're not all dead, so.
Well,
The area we're talking about is.
There are areas where there's nothing there,
I can
except
assure you
some
that
dead
dead trees
trees and
will be-
some shrubs.
Okay.
So is anything gonna be done to
He just
remedy
said
that?
he would.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, thank you.
Stop that, Nick.
So I'd like to see that on the plan, please.
So that is something that we can consider. Sarah's gonna keep track of everything people are recommending. And then when we go back to discuss this amongst ourselves, we'll be able to say, should we approve this or should we not? Are there certain things we can put in there to make sure it's harmonious with the neighborhood? That sounds like it's something that the plan commission would probably discuss is, hey, should there be more trees in this location? Should we approve it with a condition that X, Y, and Z happen?
Thank you.
So.
Oh, I'm sorry, one last thing about the trees. Is the intent to plant them immediately before the construction starts or in phase 3?
So that is something that we would look at too when we're looking at our development agreement, because when we do development agreements, we can say, this has to be done first, this has to be done second, this has to be done third. Usually when it comes to planting on a perimeter, if there's not, this site is pretty flat, there's not, you know, a lot of slope to it. So those are things where if we know it's a concern, we could say phase 1 shall include planting along
That would be
this
terrific.
road. And then, and they have to be in by a certain date. The commission has the ability to recommend that to the board.
Thank you. I appreciate the time.
Sir.
I'm at 2295 Somerset, Building M. He's my neighbor, so he's just to the right of me.
What is your, I'm sorry, what is your name?
Ted Jankowski, I'm sorry. Ted Jankowski. So, my first question, and I apologize, I heard about this through our association and they had some huge packets, so I went through the packets and talked about you folks requiring dog parks at developments. I think that's what I've read, that the planning commission is the one that's interested in that. Is that correct? Is that being pushed by?
So what we discussed, it's over a year ago, but we had talked about the strain, you know, when people come in and they build developments, the strain it puts on existing resources. For example, we had somebody come in, they wanted to do a development and we're like, well, that really puts a strain on the park system, and we had them put money towards a new park. Same thing with the dog park. We know that our dog park needs improvements. And I say that only because we did a facilities plan, and one of the things they found in there is that dog park is limited, it needs work, it needs help. And so we had a development, it was probably about 2 years ago. And we said, look, we really need to start making think about making multifamily developments, put in some type of dog park. First of all, without a dog park, the dogs run wild, right? They can go anywhere, especially when you're looking at a condominium or a PUD, because you don't have individual lot lines where people are putting up fences. So to want to address the strain on the taxpayer and what's happening at their dog park, I mean, the alternative is we take tax dollars and we improve the dog park so everybody brings their dogs there. But it's really not fair that a taxpayer pay for somebody else's, the issue caused by somebody else's development, right? So, the thought was when we have these multifamily developments, we need to start thinking about, and we even talked about doing a code amendment, which we did not do. But we said we really need to start thinking about having them provide some of their own resources on site. You know, should they be providing playground equipment for children? Should they be providing a dog park? You know, how do you make sure that this development is not a strain on the taxpayer? And that they're meeting the needs of residents as well. So that is why the Plan Commission favors dog parks being incorporated into multifamily developments now.
And the reason I was asking is this, I mean, this dog park, I know people up in the area who use the dog park over there that's back in the sports complex. They like it. They have friends there, their dogs run around there. it's good place. If you go on TripAdvisor, it's one of the top things to do in Sister Bay is to go to the dog park. The other thing that I was looking at is that there was a long-term plan for the parks that was part of some package. I don't know, I've seen thousands of pages, I feel like, in the last few weeks, but. And they talked about the fact that people usually have a dog park for a population of around 19,000, and we have a dog park for a population of 1,400. And so my sense is that I don't get. And dog parks are not cheap things either. I mean, you know, to clean them up, to keep them clean. And is this gonna be a condominium associate? Is this gonna be governed by 703 when we're done, chapter 703?
So they.
They'll have a declaration, they'll have bylaws, or,
Right, they have to have a homeowners association with bylaws.
okay, and so that in the walls is theirs and outside the walls common. Is that, am I right on that?
Just like yours. You
Yeah,
have limited
Okay.
common elements and common elements.
and I'm sorry, because PUD was new to me, so,
Yeah.
but 703 is not. So what I don't understand is why are we trying to, for every development that goes up? And 55 units is not a big development in the world of condominiums. And I mean, I also belong to the Community Associations Institute. And I sent something out online this week after I heard about this. It says, what do you guys have here? When you're seeing dog parks go in, you have multiple hundred units where the dog parks are going in, where the size of the development is much bigger. I mean, we have 34, these folks are gonna have 55. And so, and I also know that you're gonna put certain capital costs in there, but then you're gonna have homeowners who have to take responsibility for this. Now, John Wetstein is unusual because we pay him hundreds of thousands of dollars a year to be the president, but.
All in wine.
Yeah, but the fact is that you're gonna have volunteers, you know? Now, to get volunteers to do things that don't involve picking up crap, and that's the other thing that happens with these dog parks, you know, if you talk to your own park people, that's what they have to do, they have to go and they have to clean it up, because people don't always clean it up. You know, it's not ending up in the bags where it's supposed to be. And that's just a fact. I mean, I'm not casting aspersions or anything. All I'm suggesting is, I don't get why we don't do things that say, let's look at making contributions to improve the infrastructure, which is already one of the top things to do in Sister Bay. And also, if you go on, what was the other one? Yelp. Yeah, they were the number 3 park in the whole peninsula area.
So can
I
I
mean,
just ask?
this is what I don't get.
Sure.
And you have size there, you have an open area there, you have a plan in 27 that talks about paying out 150,000, I don't know if it's in budget or, you know, it's out 2 years, I don't know, budget wise, that's not budget, that's a projection. But, you know, I just don't get the sense of trying to say, have a dog park here, 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 with all the attendant issues you will have with that.
Okay,
Say
So-
nothing of liability insurance. I don't know if you guys have looked into that.
so this is not a village dog park, okay?
I know it's not, but I'm saying
And
for the condo
Sure.
association.
For sake of keeping the meeting going, I'm gonna try and wrap that up so we can keep moving on here, but. So, yes, the village is concerned about strain on their resources. This is a property owner who said, I wanna do the right thing, I don't want my dogs running around, I don't want people's dogs running around, I would prefer to have it be nice. Where they have a dog park, they can go with other people, they're not bothering other people. Those expenses that you talk about, and I understand why you're questioning, why would somebody wanna do that? They do, it is something they felt was important in their development. If there was a good reason why we would strike it, we would consider that. But because somebody says, I wanna do this because I don't wanna be a problem. Isn't something we've ever said, well, too bad, we want you to strike it. I mean, we're trying to, I think the plan commission respects the fact that he is trying to solve a problem. And he is willing to take money out of his pocket to do that. And, you know, if there's a really good reason why that dog park should not be there, this committee will listen to that.
Well, I don't think it complies with any of the standards for dog parks, particularly.
We don't have
size.
any codes on dog parks.
I know you don't have codes, but there are best practices. for
There are.
that. There are a lot of best
There are
practices, and I think that,
That the
again,
village
we
doesn't
have
follow
something
either.
that's good. Why don't we continue to support that or look at means to get money to support that versus multiplying the obligations of the community, which we know is gonna be difficult to do, especially on an all volunteer basis. That's my point.
Sounds good, thank you. And these keep things moving along, do we want to limit correspondence to 3 minutes or?
I'm not gonna limit it to 3 minutes, but I'm gonna ask you to make it quick. Seeing that we have a room full of people. So who would like to speak next? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Kathleen Berry, 2308 Somerset. I like what I'm hearing about trying to take advantage of the trees that are there and being concerned about the dogs as well. I also think about the migratory birds in that I look out over this area, it's nice and dark and quiet. I was hearing some owls hooting last night. Occasionally we'll hear coyotes. And just wondering what considerations are being made or allowed for with the lighting, the street lighting in there, to make sure that it's appropriate and going in the spots that it needs to. I think there's people who understand the whole dark skies and some of the special places we have here. So just encouraging that line of thinking.
Okay, so one thing I want to share with you about the migratory birds real quick. I think you'll be pleased to know that this commission, when they were looking at their land use plan, they looked at the migratory bird paths and maps. And that was put into one, as one of their layers on their, we had Bay Lake look at where are all those environmental corridors to try and protect them. This wasn't one of them that appeared on the map, but they're out there and they're in the village and we do try to protect those. I will say as far as the lighting goes, I did talk to the builder on that and, Mr. Devley. We do have standards on that and we are a dark sky friendly community. And we recently went through and worked with WPS to change a lot of our lights to be dark sky friendly. When we put lights down at Waterfront Park, we made sure we purchased dark sky friendly lights. So when I talked to Mr. Dudley, that was something he was concerned about as well. Their light fixtures are to be dark sky friendly lights to make sure that they don't disrupt that night sky.
Thank you.
Who would like to speak next? Yes, sir.
Understanding that this is really a Scott Shanahan, 2282 Hidden Maples Place. I understand this being a private development. And that submitting the plans and that we're trying to create more housing, affordable housing. How is that gonna be guaranteed that it doesn't become seasonal housing? And here's why I ask. I've talked to a number of seasonal people that actually are renting apartment units to ensure the fact that they have a place to come when they wanna come out. So some of the sizes of these units, that might fit the bill for some of the people that. And maybe are not gonna, they don't need it because they can afford much else. But that's a pretty inexpensive way to ensure that you have housing here when you want it. So the need to protect against seasonal people owning that rather than making it available to the people that truly need it, one. Two, who's to say, using my name as an example, that I go in and buy a unit or two and I decide to make it a VRBO. I mean, cause it's right in my backyard too. My wife and I live right there. I really don't wanna have transients coming in and out because it's a seasonal facility or a week to week. I mean, we have to be able to control that to some degree or we're gonna have Party Land USA back there.
Sure. So, the village cannot put restrictions on there unless they own the land. Regarding that short-term rental or some ownership, and there's certain limitations you can do with ownership. But the property owner can volunteer certain things, and if you read through the packet, one of the requirements in their proposed bylaws states that there shall be no short-term rentals. So they have thought about that part of it already. And I know that Nick and Mary have also thought about how they want these to be for people that live there year-round. So I'll let them talk about that. The part that they have in the packet about no short-term rentals, because they have offered that to us, that is something that we would be able to include in our development agreement, because they have offered that to us.
Yvonne Wilsey. I live at 10535 Hessel Lane, Orchard Point condominiums, and just to address Scott's concern, our HOA prohibits short-term rentals. It's part of our bylaws. So we've had that.
Us too.
And we've had that in place for about 7 years now, and so far. Yeah, we don't have any violators that I know of.
Who would like to speak next?
Yes, Rachel Stolenworth, 10464 Highway 57. I am, the neighbor on Highway 57, so I own the Peninsula Aquatic Center that's opening up next month. And, this property, or the development easement will go onto this property, so the driveway will actually be on my property. Of which I'm in full support of this project, and I just want to address my experience having gone through this process of developing with the planning commission over the last 2 years. In the last 2 years, I just want to say that the process and what you review and what you look at and how you focus on important things like lighting and landscaping, is much appreciated, because I think that you're able to address a lot of those concerns, even though people, obviously neighbors, have reasonable considerations to discuss further, but, I feel like you do a great job of addressing those through this planning process before you make any approvals. And I just want to say in regards to this development, I know you can't limit, who buys these, but from my perspective, I work with the majority of families that are in the Gibraltar district when it comes to swimming. I know a lot of the families that live here year round. These are families that work in our restaurants, they run our restaurants, they provide a lot of the services that both seasonal and year-round residents take advantage of. And even if 20% of these homes can be purchased by people who will bring their families to our county, that should be embraced. I would be concerned if we don't develop because of fears of who is gonna buy. We need more supply. We need homes that young families can enter into, even if it's a transition home. And so I really think that this is such a great plan, and the location, it's right where it should be located in terms of the size of the houses and the density. And I think, we have a huge opportunity to address a lot of concerns from Gibraltar School District about finding, qualified professionals who can serve in our school district, and as well as professionals who can serve in construction companies and other essential services. So I'm very optimistic that even again, this brings in, if 20% of these homes bring in a young family that can provide, a workforce for us, that is worth it.
Thank you, Rachel.
One more question, Scott Shanahan, 2282 Hidden Maples. Is our internal infrastructure for the village capable of handling this new 55 unit program? In other words, water, sewer, utilities. Are we, as a village, to take this expansion on and not create any challenges or issues for us, the folks that live here every day? Or face a huge tax increase because sewer and water are not capable of handling this new development?
I can answer that. So yes, our treatment facility is sized for much more growth. More than we even have on our plan. If we did a full build out, we'd have more room than we need right now, or more space than capacity, I'm sorry. One thing you should know though is we do have an issue with disposing of the sludge, right? Right now we haul it down to Sturgeon Bay. Sturgeon Bay has said hey, we're not gonna keep hauling it. So we're looking at, well, what do we do with the sludge? That's everybody's problem, right? Because right now your rates are pretty high because you're paying to have this hauled away. And that will be for the same as it is for this development as for you. We gotta figure out what to do with that sludge. There will be a cost involved with dealing with that sludge. That's not because of this project. As far as, do we have enough capacity for the sludge to come in? Yes, we do. So the sludge and the wells have enough capacity. The other thing is that doesn't get passed on to the taxpayer when there is something regarding capacity or sludge. That is paid by the users of the system. Granted, most are taxpayers, right? Let's face it.
Yeah.
Some are not. You know, on the outskirts, we have a lot of private on-site wastewater treatment systems. But the system, our system itself is sized appropriately now for this and much more growth. The only part that there would ever be an issue is there are areas in this village, and I'm gonna say, the east side of the Wilkie site, for example, that cannot be served through water, and you have to tell a lift station to get it back and forth, right? That doesn't apply to this property. This property doesn't have any lift issues or anything, so they shouldn't have any issues whatsoever serving the property.
Who would like to speak next? Yes,
John.
Don Howard.
John.
Don. All right, in the red shirt.
John Westland, 2300 in the Maple Cliff. I'm the president of the board, and I'd just like to say on behalf of the board, we've had discussions with Nick and Mary, and all of the concerns that I brought up to them, or we brought up to them, have been satisfied. And as far as, maybe, I'm not sure, but as far as I know, you haven't gotten any emails from our building queue. Everything was sent to every unit owner in our development, every, plat and plan and all that. So if they didn't comment on anything, they know about it. So they must be okay with it, and they didn't show up here.
Thank you. We also did send it to, we were required to send it to everyone within 300 feet of the perimeter of the property.
Right.
I think what that does is, I think it went to every single person in, I'm just discussing in Maples, everyone except for the northwest 3 buildings fell within, and Sarah actually did 350 just to be sure. So it got almost everybody in Hiddle and Maples, and then of course all the way around as well.
I'm sorry, could you repeat your name?
John Wetstein,
Thank you.
WETT. STEIN.
Thank you.
Don.
Don Howard, 2536 Hillcrest Lane. Sister Bay, the map I have doesn't adequately show where roads are. From what I see from this, it looks like there's only one main road that goes into that whole area. I have a similar problem in, because of my lane dead ends, and you don't allow another house in there. If that's the only entrance or exit into that whole area, you don't have any fire protection if the road is closed. Am I not seeing it correctly?
You are correct. There is only one entrance and exit. Our code does say that you can develop it with just the one entrance and exit on this property. They do have it designed, or they've tried to design it, that if there is for future development to the east, for example, that roads could be extended to try and keep tying into other subdivisions to make sure they have that connectivity. But for this one, they would come in on the limited access road, and they would exit on the limited access road.
And that would be the only way in and out.
Right, so for example, when you look at Hidden Maples, they only have one way in and out, right? Come south on the public road, you have a private road, you go loop through the development, and then you go back up through the road, the north road. It's the same thing here, but instead of going north, you're headed west.
You know, I understood that where Pat Duffy used to live, just down my lane and then across my property and into that. he couldn't build a house there because there was no other outlet. Is that no longer a problem?
I don't know the details of that case. I do know that, this one is on public sewer and water, and so it's not required to have that other outlet.
It's okay to have just one outlet for all of this, but it's not okay to have just one outlet for another house.
I
It doesn't
don't,
make any sense to me.
I don't know that situation off the top.
Anyway, it's a concern that I think should be addressed.
Thank you, Don. Anyone else? Steve?
I've had experience, I've dug into 2 PUDs so far in my career. And this would be the 3rd one. And one thing that's always seems to come up with these things is the law of unintended consequences. So I'll share with you some things that I've seen happen with other PUDs or development standards for this. The homeowners, there's a lot of talk in here about costs for these buildings. And I understand why, and I know the housing committee has had costs on their thoughts on this too. And when I crunch the numbers for the average median income for Door County, comes out to somewhere around 210, maybe 225,000 cost per building. If you want to hit that average median mark. And so there's a lot of consideration for that cost that I see in this. Now, the only thing that I have to go on is this newspaper article, which I found a little bit confusing, and the online packet. But if the cost is a concern, one of the things I've seen happen with other organizations like this is the homeowners association costs don't have a cap. They're completely unregulated. And so in some places it works very well, people are all on board in that and they know what they want. In other places though, they get a group in there or the nature of the residents starts to change and suddenly people want more amenities and they start driving the other people out of there. So I guess I don't know if that comes under the planning commission's agenda, but is there a way?
It does not.
It doesn't, that would be strictly undeveloped, correct?
The only way that we would get involved in that is, so after when it comes with the planned unit development, after we approve it, that is what they're stuck with. So to change a planned unit development, to change the amenities or something, they have to come back to this plan commission.
They're not on their own, then, but just do whatever they want.
I mean, there's certain, like Denise was saying, there's certain things we just, you wanna replace your tulips or you wanna, there's certain things you don't worry about. But when there's substantial changes, they would have to the site plan and the critical elements that we are reviewing, they would have to come back to the plan commission.
Okay. And then another thing that I don't know where it falls into, but maybe it's for the developer to consider, is I guess are residents allowed to park on the street? If not, who's gonna regulate this? And if you have detached garages that are, I think somebody told me that there were a bunch of garages for some of these homes that were all in the group and were away from the buildings. Then are residents expected to carry like packages from a remote parking area to their home in the rain? This has come up with other developments, and the other thing is, if you have somebody having a party on those narrow streets, and everybody's parked up and down the street, pretty soon it's a one-lane street where you can't get through at all. I've seen that happen before too.
Steve, let me just comment on that before you keep going, just so we take them one at a time, okay? The plan commission did discuss that. Originally, the first plan we saw, we come through, we had a concern about that as well. And we're like, should they be one-way streets or what should we do? What they have done, and if you look on the plan, and it's the only development in Sister Bay that I've seen this happen, they put little parklets throughout, or little parking areas throughout their development. So that, let's say you have a birthday party and you have extra guests or something, they have areas throughout this development where you can get cars to park, so they're not parking directly on the street. They did talk about allowing or putting up signs so there would be parking allowed on one side of the street only. But then they did go and they, after we expressed concerns, they went, I'm just looking at it here, I'm seeing 5 stalls along the south or west road that they added, room for 3 along the loop on the south. 5 more at the northeast corner. I think offhand that's what I see. We haven't had that anywhere else, so that was a pretty, I think, and when you look at PUD, it talks about creative solutions. That was a pretty creative way for them to address the issue or the concern that there might not be enough parking because the driveways are shorter.
Okay. And then, when I was reading the article, it's called, I guess, attainable housing. I'm not sure what that means. It seems like kind of a junk word. But there's also then the affordable housing thing, and I think that comes under more of the, idea that the housing committee was grappling with about how do you get the cost of the housing down to the average median income? If you have this, concept of that average median income of roughly at $210,000 to $225,000 home, then Julia talked about Depression era neighborhoods, and I grew up in one of those. And I don't think this is a Depression era neighborhood, and I find the developers for trying to get into that bottom line, because I think they, in the article in the paper, it said they started at 210,000, went up to 350 or something, so they're at least touching that bottom line. But if you build bigger homes, more rooms, more amenities, the cost is gonna go up, so that's a fact alone. So if you want to get to that average median income and call that, let's say, the affordable housing mark, then you have to get those amenities and square footage down to a point where the cost of building is below that dollar threshold. When the project was talked about in terms of cost, they also talked about the TIF district. And I thought that was kind of fascinating, because if you're gonna use TIF money to subsidize the cost of residential housing, it's not really what it was originally conceived for. And I know people have done that kind of thing, but then you start asking about, should other taxpayers basically be paying for another residential?
But let me stop you there, Steve, because that hasn't been presented, that hasn't been discussed, that's right now a non-issue.
Oh, I thought that was, the fifth issue was coming up with part of this.
So one of the things is with the TIF, we know that the state is proposing changes to the TIF law to specifically help properties like this. So we're keeping our eye on that to see how that would impact this property. Will it benefit? Will it help it? With TIF, the existing taxpayers out there, would not be contributing to it. It's the new development that contributes to the TIF. So, but we're watching it, you know, we know that if that passes, that could greatly benefit. And that really helps spur development in the village of Sister Bay. It passed the assembly, it's being discussed by the Senate, but it has not been, enacted into law yet, so it's something we are watching.
So if that passed, then the village could take advantage of that.
If it meets all the criteria, we don't know, you know, Senate could change what the rules are, so we're cautious.
We're not discussing that, Mendel, that's not what the
No.
public hearing is for.
Right, that's why I was trying to get off that subject.
What is your name? Can you tell me what your name is?
Oh, Steve Musinski,
Thank you,
10519 Fieldcrest Road.
thank you.
Did you have anything else that was pertinent, Steve?
Yeah, I just had one other issue too. If the village is going to maintain, the fee in these private streets, and I believe it said that in the article, I guess my question is why? If it's a private street, why is the village maintaining it at all?
The village does not and would not maintain any private streets. If these roads became public streets someday, then we would. But right now they are planned to be private streets, but they are building them to village standards in the event someday they become public roads. And I applaud them for that, and I'll tell you why. We have had people ask, and in Maples, you're familiar with this, ask, is there any way the village can take it over? But they didn't meet village standards, so we can't even work with them. This is one where he's like, well, I wanna make sure they're built to standards in the event someday something happens and we need to ask the village to take it over. Village could say no. But at least be eligible for the conversation.
And I think that would be a good option to have, because at some point, maybe 40 years down the road, that could become a real possibility.
Yes, sir.
David Sikora, 2290 Hidden Maples Place. You were talking before about the strain on the systems, and I think that that's something that you should really, really seriously consider more. Because it is maybe not as much of a strain on the sewage system at the moment, because its capacity is all right. But I think eventually, if you keep adding all of these, maybe small 55 unit developments, it's going to outweigh it all, and I think that at some point, the Sister Bay Board needs to take a stand and say, no, we don't want to be that big. And now I've been here for 10 years, and Sister Bay has changed dramatically from when I moved up here. And I don't think that that is something that everyone wants, unless you're a developer who's going to make a buck off of it, or unless you're an aquatic center who's going to make a buck off of 55 more potential clients. We have 2 YMCA's within 30 miles. Why do we need another aquatic center? So I think that the strain on the systems, whether it be utilities, or whether it be dog parks, or whether it be parking, which is always an issue whenever there's a big festival. I think that that's something that the board should really seriously start saying, what are we doing here, and why can't we put a hold on it?
I'd like to respond to that. First, if that's all right. Oh. There's something called property rights, sir. And if you owned a piece of property and you wanted to do something with it, but the village board felt that, no, we don't like you, we don't like your project, we don't want any more of that in the village. That's taking away your rights to your property. Okay, everybody who owns property anywhere has a certain amount of property rights. Yes, they have to follow the rules that are set forth in whatever community that they live in. And that is what our zoning code is to help us grow for people who do want to develop, whether it is a single family home, whether it's multifamily, whether it's a commercial business. So we use the code, we try to be smart as we look at these projects that come forward and do the best that we can for the community as a whole. I think I'm gonna take this opportunity to say something that really bothered me in the letters, the correspondence that I read. And there was a lot of NIMBY going on, not in my backyard. And that makes me sad because this is something that's so important to not just the village board, but the plan commission, to our citizens, to the health of our community on having, even though Nick doesn't want to call it workforce housing, it is creating something that is diverse, that will entice a variety of different people to come and purchase what works for them at this point in their life. And the comment that I wanted to make from someone's letter is that it's a really good thing that my family, who's been here since the 1850s, didn't have the attitude that, well, we were here first. I'm done.
I was just gonna comment, the village can't say we have enough, close the door. You used to hear, I remember hearing that as a kid all the time. People would say, close the door, no more people from Illinois, that was jokes when you were a kid and stuff. We can't do that. What happens is just the opposite. The state says you have to, if you want to receive funding from the state, you have to have a comprehensive plan on how you're gonna address 9 things. They look at what are you gonna do with your increased population or your decreased population? What are you gonna do with housing? What are you gonna do with your sanitary sewer? What are you gonna do with your historic and cultural resources? What are you gonna do with the environment, the bird paths and the trees and stuff? We don't have the option to say, close the door. We are required to say, the state gives us the projections. This is what you are predicted to be at by your X. Figure it out. How are you gonna handle that? We have to put that plan together on how we're gonna handle that, and we did that. That happened in spring of 25. And then it says, and now you're gonna update all your codes to be consistent with that plan. So we don't, although a lot of people don't wanna see any more growth, and we hear that all the time. And I think there's a lot of people that don't wanna see that growth. We don't have that luxury of saying, just close the door, we can't allow it. Not only that, the reality is, there's a lot of people that live here that want what, I'm assuming most of you have a condo or a home. There's a lot of people that live here that want what you have, and they can't get it because there's nothing affordable, because people purchased it up and turned them into short-term rentals or took them off the market or something. You know, you look at everybody that's going to a restaurant, right? Because you have servers, or you go to the grocery store because somebody's helping you out there. Those people can't have what you have because there is nothing in their price range. This project, again, is carrying out the plans of the village, which is, and the purpose of a PUD, residential PUD, which is have a mix of housing so that everybody has an opportunity at a safe home. And I'm gonna get on soapbox here real quick, and pardon me, but I'm an advocate for housing, whether it be your housing or somebody else's housing, because there's so many statistics out there that show what home ownership does to a person. You have lower abuse rates, you have lower alcoholism rates, kids do better in school, et cetera, et cetera. So trying to help families that wanna be in a home, get them in a home, is really important for a community. And this project, although it's the first one like this, is a step in that right direction. And I do think it can help a lot of those families that are looking to get into a home and improve their lives. That's all I got.
Before I call on people a second time, do we have anybody zooming in, Sarah?
Nobody with their hands up.
Okay. Anybody else that hasn't spoken for the first time yet?
Hi, Corey Shanahan, 2282 Hidden Maples Place. I love this project. I think it's absolutely wonderful. I have lost friends from the bowl because they couldn't find a place to live. I have a very good friend of mine right now who's 60 years old, can't afford a house, has a great job, and is getting broken by high rents. I think it's a wonderful idea, as long as it goes to the people who really need it. The apartments on 57, half of those are rented year-round by seasonal people. The Shoals, I see $250,000 worth of cars parked in the parking in their garages. You know, $150,000 Vets and $100,000 BMWs. Why are they living there? Because it was supposed to be meant for people who needed help. Person who sold their condo in our complex for $425,000 and moved in there. It just, I don't if the parameters work and you really make it a place for the people who need a place to live, I'm 100% on your side. I'm directionally dysfunctional, so I don't know where you move in the dog park. And I think having a dog park in your neighborhood is great, because we have a problem with people not picking up in our complex. So if you can make if you through your bylaws, you can make it so that people can't rent it, and it's really gonna go for the people who need it, the people who take care of us every day, the nurses and everybody, the teachers. I think it's an awesome idea.
Thank you, Corey. Is there anybody else that hasn't spoken for the first time? Yes, sir.
Steniak, KRYSTYNIAK, 2306 Somerset Drive in Hidden Maples. Just a quick question. From beginning to end, how long would this project take approximately? Are we talking a couple years or?
Did you say 3 in there? I can't remember what I read.
Says 6 years.
Yeah, so for the full, there'll have to be phases where you get that infrastructure in and you build part of it. And then as sales come in, they can extend the rest and build it. If they did everything at once, it'd be cost prohibitive and we wouldn't be able to meet those housing. So it's phased out over, was it 6 years? 6 years.
Thank you.
Sure.
Anyone else? Okay, Bob?
Thanks. Bob Miller again. I just want to go on record to say I wrote 2 of those letters that were in the packet that you referred to. And I specifically, and I'm gonna go on record saying this, specifically said I have no problem with the development. It was not a NIMBY it was all about the specific.
I may not have been talking about you.
Well, I just want to go on record to say, count me out of, put me on the other side of that ledger, because I was
Okay.
not saying I would not approve the whole process, so.
But I think a lot of us realize people just have concerns, and that's what we're here. We wanna know what those concerns are, so we can mitigate it so it works for everybody.
And I just want to thank you. I just want to say that because I'm not saying, I don't want that to happen. I'm just saying it needs to have some considerations to it.
Don,
Just a quick question, Don Howard, 2536 Fieldcrest Lane. You talked about garages, but I don't see any garages on the plan. Does each of these units have a garage?
So you'd have to look at, in the packet, it talks about the types of houses and which ones have garages and which ones don't. The ones that the people were concerned about were a thin, I'm gonna hold this up here, a thin little area at the far northeast corner where the smaller homes were, to keep the homes more affordably priced. They put, the garages are not part of the home structure, and he said they have like a little row of garages, like you
Have a
see,
Specific
yeah.
objection, it just looks like there's no garage there for anybody.
That's because this is showing the building envelope. And then when you look at the packet, there's actual building plans which show all the garages.
Okay. As long as they're provided within a reasonable distance, I don't see any problem. Just a question.
all right. Anybody else? Okay, Nick and Mary, you may have the floor. And after, and I should say, I will not take any other questions, from those joining us after Nick and Mary speak.
Everybody good?
You don't want to just talk about our deliberation?
No, just would like to make a comment.
Okay, sure. All right, can you hang on one second? Laura wants to say something.
I am totally for this project. And ironically, he's been doing this for the last several months, coming to us and putting all these plans in place. And then this week we get a letter from Gibraltar asking for approval of a referendum so they can purchase property for teachers to encourage them to come and live here. And that's gonna go on our tax bills. This project is not going on our tax bills. And it's providing a lot of diversity for everybody that might wanna come here, so. That's all I want to say.
Thank you. All right, Nick and Mary.
So we live across the field from where the majority of you, especially the folks whose backyard looks into that field. So our backyard, when I'm in my backyard, I look across the field and I look right at a lot of you folks when you live. I walked that woods in that field for the last 10 years pretty regularly. A wise lady told me a couple of years ago, good fences make good neighbors. There's a fence that Pipka approached me to take down a couple of years ago, and I was still in a land contract at the time. And I asked the owner if I should take it down, and she told me, no, do not take it down. And at the time, I didn't understand why. Fast forward a couple of years later, as I'm walking, I walk the border a lot, so where those trees are, there's the rock wall. Pipka had me go in, she didn't ask me to do it, but she asked somebody else to tear down a bunch of vines out of the evergreens, the pines, even some of the deciduous. And I spent days tearing stuff up. I understand that there's dead trees. But first, let me say, can you be certain that that fence wasn't there, that your dogs wouldn't be in that 15-acre field regularly?
They're on a leash every time they're out.
Cause I pick up dog toys, golf balls, tennis balls, I pick stuff up. I've never said anything about it. I look at it, I laugh, I think about that conversation about the good fence, good neighbor thing, and go on my way. I had no idea when we did this whole thing that the dog park would be the thing. I'm kind of grateful that that is the thing, because it's movable, you can figure out where else to put it. Personally, me, I don't care.
if there's a dog park there. I understand the need for it, the necessity. It's like, I just don't care.
I wanted it to be community gardens.
Yeah, she's pretty adamant about that. As far as a fenced in area for a dog park, we moved it to the biggest open space that's available on the site plan. And ironically enough, I've seen dogs from your development in that open space countless times. Like over and over and over again, dog poo all over the place, right where that dog park is gonna be, actually, you all might know whose dogs those are, maybe, maybe not. Again, never really said anything about it. But that's not the main reason why I put it there. I think it needs to be said, but there's dogs there in that area going to the bathroom. I think the precedent has been set, and that's the perfect place to put the dog park, if there needs to be a dog park. Putting my feet in your shoes is what I feel like I did through this whole process over and over again. I really believe that I did that. Some of it couldn't be, put out there immediately because there's a process that we had to follow with the site plan to do all this stuff. But let it be known, let me make it clear that any dead tree on the entire, property will be taken down and disposed of. I understand that there's some gaps, YouTube right there. So first, the rock wall needs to be dealt with. So you don't even know it's there, but that's where the vines grow out of, right there. So, you know, probably 50, 75 years ago when that field was cleared out, that's where the rocks ended up. I'm impartial to the rock walls in Door County, so I want to be careful how I approach the rock wall. Maybe we excavate it and then put the rocks back down so we can eliminate the vine and get in to some of these large elm that need to be taken down. But a simple solution to your issue, there's lots of overcrowding of specifically arborvitae that can be just picked up with a big spade. I do this all the time out of the woods and plant them all over my property. And that's plug and play right where you guys are. So that part, I've already visualized this. So as I'm listening to a lot of this, I couldn't just like put it all in the packet the way I'm seeing it, but that stuff is easy to address and it will be addressed. One thing I did say to John jokingly is, you know, you're gonna have it blocked and you're not gonna be able to see. The upside is you're not gonna be able to see. The downside is you're not gonna be able to see. Okay, so, you know, I understand the view that you all have grown accustomed to. I love that view. I love the birds. I walk up on the field of birds all the time on my walk through there. I was really conflicted when we started doing this and taking down trees and taking away all, you know, the natural habitat, but ultimately, someone was gonna do it. We can't, as a family, afford to sit on all of this land. And I really believe with my heart that this makes the most sense, that my wife and I's intention with this, we're doing the best we can, having not done this before with the limited budget and resources that we have. People like Pete and Paul from, this is Pete with Stantec, Paul Shevchuk with Portside, they've been walking us through this. I've been learning as we go type of thing. The other thing that I definitely want to address is the housing costs. We were approached, I thought it was a good idea to do the thing with the Pulse. It's always difficult to do a Q&A to get your answers in there. We didn't have a chance to reread it and then go through and edit, so there were a couple of things that maybe could be said, you know, but they pretty much took our words verbatim. To your guys, well, to your point, I'm not gonna babysit what people's finances are. I'm very opposed to assisted programs, WIDA. I understand there's a place for it, but I want people who make a living to not be hindered by a raise or making more money or any such thing, in that being the impact on whether or not they can purchase a house. No, I know that.
No, I don't care how much money they make. I just want them to be able to buy a
Oh, but
house.
in order for me to be able to vet, said buyer, there would have to be standards put in place
And then you're dealing with either federal programs, that kind of thing. So we have to be hands off when it comes to who can purchase essentially. We put the idea out there and then the realtor represents. The biggest thing that I can say is let the folks know that you believe are good for it to get pre-approved now and to get ahead of the curve. That's all I can hope for in this whole process is that the blue collar, the folks that are making more money than my wife and I that are paying $1,800, $2,000 a month across the street, paying rent, have the opportunity to come in and purchase a house. I know we're not allowed to talk about the TIF stuff, but it's been brought up. I just want to say that will greatly impact where the cost of the housing falls. So depending on where that whole thing falls, it could go as low as 180, or it could push 200 for that 750 square foot house. And that's just gonna come down to how much the infrastructure costs are. We know what the build costs are for the most part, that part's been discussed. Was there, what other issues did you all want me to address? I mean, those are the things that's.
Real quick, because it's a public hearing, we can't be engaging back and forth with them. We have to have the questions come to the plan commission. One question I know that was out there was, can you address how are you gonna address the comment about people buying these as second homes or maybe having two homes and making money off of
Yeah,
them?
there's nothing that I can do about that. I mean, it's a free and open enterprise. As far as, the comment that was made about my wife and I making money, I want to make money. I want to support my family. That is the American dream in a nutshell. And I hope in pursuing that dream that it allows other people the opportunity to purchase their own house for the first time. Much the way my wife and I were allowed an opportunity in 2014 to purchase the farm we live on from a family who went out on a limb, did a land contract. Where there's a will, there's a way. But does that, I mean, we're not gonna limit, I'm not into the short-term rental. I'm all for it if it's in the right place at the right time, but not.
Well, personally, we were planning on building and retaining a number of homes and doing land contracts with people who couldn't work with the bank. Being creative with financing in that way, because we've done that before with condos that we own.
I also know, so one of the conversations I've had with Nick and Mary, because they have told me, Corey, to your situation, they do have concerns about that. They understand the way the law is, they can't do much about it. I did, talk with them about, we had a housing meeting a number of years ago where we said, is there anybody out there who wants to be in a home but can't afford one, can't find one? And we have that list, and I did offer, reaching out to those people and saying, hey, here's a development. And hopefully based on that, it fills up, and then that doesn't leave room for maybe the people it's not intended to serve. Pardon me?
Can I say one thing? Before our condo was built, and it was built in stages also, our complex, they had the builders put a bylaw together. And one of the first bylaws was no renting. And if they did rent, it had to be in 30-day increments, so somebody could rent it from you, but they had to live there on a year's lease.
I think we'll be 4 months, or a half a year
Okay.
type of, thing. And that's how some of the folks that we have done, the land contracts with was they were renters that became owners of condo units. That's a good way to vet people, to figure out if they can pay the bills, to make sure that they are gonna be good stewards to the land. And it's worked for my wife and I so far with that type of angle.
Pete, we haven't heard from you. You're the engineer on the project. Do you have anything to add before we close the public hearing and discuss this amongst ourselves?
Sure, thank you. Yeah, I'm Pete Hurth. I'm the engineer with Stantec. I've been an engineer in Bill County for 30 years now. So we do a lot of development planning and site planning. So just a 2-minute version here. I was approached by Portside and Nick and Mary, came up with this plan. We kind of had a punch list of what size houses made sense, what the mix should be, and we came up with this. So we think it's a great plan. We try to minimize lighting. We try to make sure the road loop service emergency vehicles. We had the off-street parking. We juggled some things around as discussed earlier. So I think it's effective, that it'll certainly fill the void here as far as the mix of housing. And I guess I'm just here to answer questions. Well, the sewer works, gravity sewer to the entire development works, we check that. Stormwater, we will meet all village and state codes, so as soon as we get preliminary approvals, we will proceed with final engineering.
Right, we are to the point where if there's no other questions, then it's close.
So at 7 o'clock, I'm going to close the public hearing and we will discuss this amongst ourselves and come to a conclusion. So Julie, I'll let you start off.
So, the thing, I think y'all know, I do recommend, but it's the first, hopefully it's had, since I've been here, at least recommend.
I'm sorry, we're trying to hear each other up here. You withhold your conversation till you get outside. Thank you. Go ahead, Julie.
As you said, it's the first one since I've been here. And that I've seen in the files that actually look at mixing different types of houses, you know. Usually we see, we're gonna build all, we're gonna have 20 units are all gonna be the same size, etc. This is the first one that mixes it. So, you know, I think it's a good project. I do think there has to be some, conditions on that development agreement to make sure that, the PUD is implemented to make sure it's compatible with everything. The first thing I saw was that it has to be per that revised site plan, one that was the last page, which addressed people's concerns about storage buildings versus garages, and then the relocation of the dog park. I did think we needed to put in there that that dog park had to be fenced, so people understand they're not running at large. The landscaping definitely per plan, but with more trees along that area along Sunset where we heard some concerns. Sunset, was that Sunset, Somerset, I'm sorry. And then, we do want to condition that lighting, that it is dark sky friendly. I think we should, also condition that because he has offered it, that the HOA limits the rental of the properties. We've seen that before. We've approved things saying, okay, but there can't be any short-term rentals out there, which is renting less than 30 days, just so everyone's on the same page with that. Those were the things that popped out to me that needed to be addressed to make sure it remained compatible with the neighborhood.
The only thing that concerned me, and Nick and Mary, you touched on it when you talked about that people couldn't rent out their places. In the packet, it says 4 months. If you're, you know, haven't decided exactly what that number 4 or 6 is yet, that to me, if we could tighten that up even more, that no renting is allowed at all, I think takes care of absolutely every concern, whether it's short-term rental, whether, I mean, that doesn't mean, I know plenty of people, I think in Tim Holbrook's current project or apartment building across the street, I know a number of people who rent one because it's cheaper to rent that than to get a hotel every time they want to come up here, and they're taking that out of the market. And so by not being able to rent it at all, also kind of.
So devil's advocate here. There's a business that wants to buy one of these houses and they want to rent it to one of their employees. We would prohibit them from doing that. I understand what you're saying is, and I wish there was a way we could put that into the code that says, we don't want second houses or anything along those lines, but I don't think we can.
Well, what we're saying is we're trying to avoid investment rentals.
Yeah.
But she whispered that it might be
Yeah, I
what
said,
you
what
just
if
said.
Piggly Wiggly wants to buy a house and have employee housing? I think that that's a.
I think that would be valid, right?
So then again, that's where it's really difficult then to vet. This is one of the
Okay.
things I've racked my brain on, and that's why I think making it, 6 months. Typically, what we found in our, hotel rental stuff is it's a 6 or 6, either the spring, summer, fall 6, or we'll call it the winter 6. And, you know, that seems to work really good to be able to do, 6 months, you know, that. And I do believe we will be approached by some of the local businesses to, and that would be tough to tell them, no. That would be tough.
We did a boat house this last summer season. We housed 5 of their employees in our top and bottom condo, but it was through the boathouse. The boathouse passed with the checks. So there's a lot of them.
We've done Wild Tomato, Fully
We've done
Hotel, Johnson's, and I just see the huge need for that. That's not what our business model is built on, but it would also help us sell some of them, right?
Sure.
Just knowing that like these local folks that are up here, or the Nesbit's not so much, but some of the guys, you know, the business owners. I think that and I could then steer them in the right direction of, you know, keep them away from the smaller stuff. In hopes that couples purchase that stuff themselves, or people with one kid, but they hit the nail on the head. That's definitely, I anticipate so.
You know, I said it was a concern. I didn't say that there was a solution to it at all. Yeah.
Well, I think the 6 month thing really gives the ownership then, if you're there for at least 6 months. You take a little more pride type of thing in being there, instead of maybe just knowing you're gonna be there a month, you're in and out. And hopefully being in a small community like what it's gonna be, it turns into a place of your own to a point.
I think at 4 months, I could see people doing the math on and saying, well, I'm just gonna rent it for these 4 months that include the majority of the summer.
Exactly.
And it just maths out to do that versus any sort of other short-term rental. So if you're willing to do 6 months, I think that would be better. That's more of a constraint than other people are putting out there.
What I would really like to do with this is speak to Paul. Before I make or you need to know now on this.
I want to chime in on that real quick. I think we should let him talk to Paul and see what he brings in. And the reason why I say that is Paul has been in these, and you have too, to a certain extent, where they're involved in developments like this. And what you'll see sometimes is where, but again, it's when the city has owned the land and then put it forward, is where it's restricted, where, for example, you have to live in Door County before you can buy that, you know? And that way they're making sure that 9 times out of 10, there are people that are working or retired here and can't afford a different place. But by restricting where they live in order to be eligible
Well,
to
my biggest
purchase.
issue with that is the nurses, the cops, the folks that want to get a job up here. The new village administrator that's coming in. I mean, I listened to Bo and Zeke tell me firsthand. They were renting, and that was a huge deterrent for them to want to stay here.
And I know you have people at the medical center and at the nursing home that are coming all the way from Kiwanee County.
Or they're living right at Serenity Springs.
Yeah.
In one of the rooms for 2 weeks or 3 weeks at a time.
And they're desperate for housing. We've talked
But
about
they
that.
technically wouldn't be a resident. So I really just want to trust the process of some of it and not be so hands-on. In what's wishful thinking, but I believe that if the word is put out and if the pre-buy is done right by Mary and by Mary Kay, that I do believe that a majority of these things, assuming people are interested in the belief and are pre-approved, that they can get in and buy these things.
I think more the concern then becomes in perpetuity. How does that person then not sell it to someone who's making money, who sells it to someone who make money? You know, how does it stay affordable for the next generation, right?
So that was my only concern. Love everything else. I was pleased that you had revised it after hearing some of the concerns. To what you could, and, I believe your heart and soul is into this, and I really believe that, you will address any issues that come up with any neighbors, and you will do the right thing. Outside of, anything that we do here tonight.
It's now an open communication working relationship, that a lot of the stuff that'll come up. Probably just a phone call isn't this.
Sure.
So the way the process works is if we are inclined to approve it or put condition or restrictions on it or require provisions, what we have to do is we make a recommendation to the village board with a development agreement and an ordinance. You could do a resolution, but in our community, we do ordinances. The village board actually, and we send findings of facts with that, which are based off of the things that we've talked about tonight. And that goes to the village board. The village board in turn has to have a public hearing and decide whether that ordinance is approved. If that ordinance is approved, planning unit development is approved, as is the overlay. And again, that's just that little thing on the map that says, hey, there's a PUD right here. So ours is a recommendation with the ordinance and development agreement approval at the board level.
I'm a little concerned about the village board.
And the recommendations that would come out of here, as far as I call them restrictions, that are included in the motion, included in the development agreement, can those be changed by the village board?
They can change them when it gets to the board level, and they have. The other thing is sometimes they need revising, or we find they don't work or something, and they come back, and then that's an amendment, which goes to plan commission and then back to the board. Yeah, the board has the ability to change whatever we propose on a development agreement. If it's unsatisfactory to the developer, they can refuse it. Or the development agreement can be sent back to the plan commission for further work as well.
Well, yeah, I probably don't see it doing, but yeah. I'd rather see that we have some kind of conversation here with Nick and kind of talk through some of those things rather than just try and put in positions on that that get changed somewhere else. Nick, I'm generally in favor of the project, so don't get me wrong there. I know I asked a lot of questions last time. And I do have some additional ones that I would love to kind of hear your thinking behind it. If that's all right. Yeah. The road thing, pretty much, I had questions there, but as long as you're doing it to those specs, it meets everything that needs to be done from that standpoint. Have you talked to emergency services on the roads back into that A area? Where the roads are narrow and there's limited.
I have not spoken to, it would be Mike now, I believe. Or from what I understand, and he could probably speak to this.
Yeah, so basically the way we laid the roads out, we made sure a template would work for any kind of fire truck access. But it'd be a typical process that the fire chief would take a look at it and agree with us and give some kind of a letter to the village saying, yep, it's good.
Right, they would.
Which I assume that was the case, but
Fire department does that, fire chief, the inspector, whoever. Just the same way as utilities looks at it, signs off on it. So there are all those check marks that have to happen.
and I appreciate you taking a look at the roads and redesigning widths and that to allow two-way traffic parking on one side. I do have a concern on the parking situation in there because I really suspect, as I look through a majority of the plans for the houses, especially smaller ones, that there is literally no storage in these houses. So what I experienced in the apartments we were in for a year while we built was that everybody stores in their garages and parks outside. Driveways are big enough that they can put a car in front of them, one or two, depending whatever the size of the unit is. But backing out on the road with parked cars on one side or the other, there's a lot of driveways, and
it's gonna be challenging.
Parking on one side of the road, and I'm
Correct.
still not 100%. It's not, I don't believe that, has the decision been made final that a one-way is not gonna happen?
No, there is, from my perspective, or
I mean, cause in your package, you said parking on one side, two-way, and yeah, the 40-foot wide street for most of
I
it.
don't know how do you feel about, I think that the one-way alleviates.
It alleviates a lot of that.
Yeah, and I heard that in the last meeting, and then I thought about, just what it would look like, and I think a one-way, and again, Paul is, enjoying his anniversary, he's in Florida. So, but I believe you can speak for him for the most part.
right, yeah, I think the one way, it seemed like it solved the problem with having some available on street parking there and not having both sides parked out and you can't get through. So I think one way makes some sense. Again, one-way streets from an engineering perspective. I'm not always thrilled about it. I remember Sturgeon Bay when we had a bunch of one-ways and then they. But anyways, so there's an argument both ways for one-way streets. I think the key here is we do have room in front of every garage to have the two vehicles that would be able to go up to the garage door and park. So that should hopefully handle the people that live at the house. We added the extra off-street parking stalls for guests or parties or whatever people may have. And I think the one way, if we offer parking on one side of the street only, I think that solves a lot of the problems.
And I appreciate your putting that in there, taking that, because we had this discussion at the last meeting a little bit, so that addresses some of that. The other component is pedestrian bicycle traffic. Because without sidewalks, everybody walking around is gonna be in the streets. So again, having more room on the roads makes sense if they are one way or if that's done.
I think the people in the front right corner would be really mad if the one way, if they had to go around the entire thing to go out.
I just envision them going through.
There's nobody going forward.
You're a realist.
Skipping, when you're talking about pedestrian and cycling access in there, this is all gonna be and it's tight, but it's also going to be, because it's narrow. Counterintuitively, narrow roads make people go slower. They operate at a heightened their senses to pay attention to what's going on. Versus when you have these big wide roads, and these are small, short runs, this is a perfect example of where bikes and cars absolutely coexist well. I mean, you have maybe 20 miles an hour in there.
I was thinking more of the pedestrian side, kids.
Yeah.
With cars parked and potential risk there. I'm not advocating sidewalks because that doesn't make sense to take up that much land in something like this, but somehow to figure out how to get traffic so it flows in a way that's safe for.
I grew up in a neighborhood with sidewalks and we didn't use the sidewalks when we were kids. We just played in the road.
The courtyard is supposed to be where the pedestrians go. It's kind of supposed to, like, if you wanna cut from the front corner to the back corner, you're gonna cut across the courtyard. That's public area. That's the walking area.
I'm just raising a concern that I see as a potential there is because the kids in the area. Your HOA is gonna have a lot of impact on what people do. I see that you're looking to have people maintain their own structures. Are you envisioning starting out with something in the HOA bylaws that address that, or?
Could be 3 different packages. That's what Paul has discussed. One package. I would assume for the larger houses. They barely pay in anything and they take care of everything themselves. And the condos geared more towards the 55 and up, they pay maybe more and everything is taken care of for them. And that's how it's been pitched to me by Paul a few different times. Does that answer kind of what you're saying?
My concern is that people that are working 2 jobs and hardly home don't have much time to really maintain the outside. Now granted, being all new, you're gonna have a 10 or 20-year window before there's really maintenance involved, but down the road, what does that look like? And what kind of restrictions would there be?
Well, yeah, like I said, there's gonna be rules that I'm sure there'll be a person living in there that'll have the ruler out to go measure how long the grass is on someone's, yard, but I mean, like Julie said, ownership, hopefully people take pride. I know it's wishful thinking and hoping and whatnot, but, from my perspective and what I've seen, you know, there always is the bad apple that doesn't take care of their stuff. The HOA is gonna have to deal with them.
So what I was asking is, are you considering having some of this covered in the initial bylaws as people are?
All of it's gonna be covered, because you're gonna have to pick a package between, it'll either be 2 or 3 options.
Because I mean, you're gonna essentially be having the starter bylaws that
Mhm.
when they buy into it, that they're.
Yeah, he's got a set that we're working off of from another project that, he's done. And I like them, so we're starting with a pretty hefty packet of bylaws as it is.
Skip, the developer did send me those. I did not put them in the packet because I didn't want people. A couple.
Because I'm the
things.
only one that would have read them.
Well, no, that's not, but it was, yeah, it was from somebody else's project and it's not something we can control and I didn't want to.
Well, we just want to be tied down to those yet. We haven't made.
The one thing that I want to say, Skip, is I built my home, I think, close to 24 years ago now. I probably have the worst lawn on Maple Drive, because when you work 6 days a week, I love my home. I think I like my neighbors. I don't have any problems with my neighbors. Maybe they have a problem with my yard, but it's time sometimes too. It's just.
There's nothing wrong with your yard.
No, I mean, this was the point.
Grass that grows in it, it's just all weeds.
I mean, this was the point I was bringing up, is that when you're working, you have limited capacity to do some of that stuff, so. All right, one area that I would like to spend a little more time on discussion in is the landscape plan. And it sounds like you're flexible on this a little bit, this is kind of just a one pass.
Skip, what page is that in the packet?
Yeah, it's page 31, I think.
Thank you.
So full disclosure, we had to have a landscape plan in order to complete the application. Paul called Jay at Bay Property. Jay put together a landscape plan and we put it in. I immediately had some stuff changed on it that I knew would be an issue. Jay from Bay Property came, we walked the entire property last week. And after this, we just, you know, don't want to keep spending money until we see things approved. It will be extensive, comprehensive, it's gonna look beautiful, it's gonna be something that when it's fully matured, people are gonna say, wow, it's beautiful.
And that sounds great. We're being asked to approve something and we have to go by what's in the pack.
So what we did was.
That's why I'm asking the question.
We did the,
I want to clarify something you just said, Nick. So you said Jay did this plan, hold on, Jay did a plan, you didn't like it, Jay redid it, and that's what this is.
it's closer to.
Right.
Yeah, there's pear trees, there's edible fruit, it's almost there.
It had trees that, Nick, if I can paraphrase, you don't like, because they're messy trees, and you wanted something that was full and beautiful and long lasting and the hardwoods. So Nick, what Nick had told me is he had Jay redo it, and this is what Jay came up with. So just to clarify, you know, and Jay went on what the code requires, but the first version is what Nick didn't like.
Okay, trees are something I know, so that's why I'm sensitive to it. You know, when I look through, the first thing that struck me is depending on what the class of structure is, that's what the kind of tree is. That seemed weird. From the standpoint that you've got a cluster of small homes, and then you're gonna go to the next size house and they got bigger trees, then you go to the next size house and they've got better trees. That felt wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be more commingled, I believe. And what I discussed with Jay is, much like you can pick 3 different types of siding, the hope is that you'll be able to pick from a few different types of trees in the backyard.
Because the risk that most municipalities found was when they put a row of one kind of tree down the street, you either get insects or disease that hits that species and you lose all of them. So having them mixed in, I think is important. using white pines for visual screening against the neighbors. I don't think it's a good choice. They're not a full tree.
Yeah, it'll be arborvitae almost exclusively for the stone border.
Or cedar or spruce or something that's not a deer eating. On their menu.
Sure.
So to that effect, Skip, we can make it a condition that before they actually break ground, they have to come back with a, to have the plan commission do
Building
final.
Okay, perfect.
We
I'm
often
good with
say
that.
that, before you break ground, come back with that final plan, we wanna look at it one last time, so. That's not uncommon to do that with the development agreement, we did that with, lots of Zazas, yeah, it's not uncommon to do that.
Are you comfortable with that? Nick? What is the,
It would be, if it were approved, one of the conditions is before you go to plant something, you come back to us one more time with a landscaping plan. So let's say the development agreement gets approved, the ordinance gets approved. One of the stipulations is before you actually plant them, though, come back
I
with a
assume
plan
you
again.
have to do that. So, yes.
Because, quotes change, or we might have new concerns about something, and it's not uncommon to say, hey, we wanna take one last look at this, so.
So if Nick and Mary wanna talk to Paul and he doesn't know about the 4 or the 6 month rental yet.
Let's
We
just
don't,
go 6.
just go 6?
Let's go 6.
I was wondering how do we approve that when there's still things juggling in the air? Okay, so 6 month rental. Are you okay, Mary?
I just said some of the J1s are only here 4 months for that.
But I pushed those folks to rent for 6 anyways.
Okay.
So it's even, what landlord wants to have 2 open, wants to do 2.
Mary, it's not the J1 that's renting, is it? Isn't it the business that is renting? It's like
Yeah,
the
business owns it.
Business owns the building,
Yeah,
and I've seen it where they take it out of their check, so I
Right.
guess it's not technically rent.
I mean, they technically could make it a 6 month rent and do the rental for what their 4 month would be.
Okay, sure.
I mean, there's ways around that. Be that person, but.
Well, some of these kids overlap too.
Right, and some are here longer.
Yeah.
So are we going with a 2-way road or a 1-way road? 2, Mary says 2, I agree.
two-way with no parking sign, with no parking on one side of the road.
Correct.
So one more spot is up in that cluster of A structures. A11. Has a driveway that they have to back out past 2 of the driveways before they can turn around.
I don't see an A11.
There's 2 A
There's
ones.
2 A1s.
Oh,
One other drawing that says A11,
okay, got it.
and there's only 10 garages.
Yeah, we could probably turn that one. To get the back of the house facing the courtyard and then. So between A1 and A11, we could probably rotate those to get that to work.
And do it as more of like almost a shorter shared driveway or something. I mean. You understand my concern on that one?
Yeah, if you're in A11, then you have to figure out how to back out of there, yeah.
Just so you guys know too, on your plans, A11 is missing a 1, is one of the things Skip mentioned too. It's, you've got A1 and A1.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be A1 and A11.
And it'll be adjusted on the most recent, but yeah.
Okay.
It's not here, it says.
And then what was the thinking behind 11A units but 10 garages? So somebody's got no
I
storage.
think
no
the
garage.
focus was, that we wanted to de-emphasize car usage for some people that are living a more minimalist lifestyle to begin with, that these are somewhat, not quite a tiny home, the way you see them in the rest of the world, but tiny in terms of Fister Bay. And that a lot of these people aren't car drivers or are using their bike and they're walking to the pig and they're, that's how it's not emphasized. So at first, I was kind of doing that with the whole thing, and then people told me I was absolutely insane. So,
You're not.
the idea is not that everyone here doesn't have a car or two cars and a bunch of stuff.
So the other thing to point out is you also get to a certain age where you no longer drive a car. So if there's a mix of people in there, the odds of having one person in there not have a car. Pretty reasonable, and every time we add a requirement for another garage, more parking, we drive the cost up.
I'm just asking the question of what the thinking was behind.
Some of these might end up being accessory dwelling units for another person who has a family, and then they wanna house their elderly mother or mother-in-law over in A's, and they live in the R6. And they're gonna take a newer haircut.
Okay, are the garage units gonna be part of the house sale contract to an assigned garage, or how is that?
Yeah, typically, so I'm just to elaborate on that a little bit, pulled out my plan that's actually scaled. Yeah, so I've got 110 feet. And we did 10, so we'd have 11-foot average center to center. So I guess if it's a deal breaker, we could probably make that an 11, just to make it match up. And it looks like there'd be room to do that. And still hit the setbacks. But yeah, the intention would be if you own one of these units, you would also be purchasing one stall.
One of the garages, yeah. I think it would make sense to try and pair that up. Again, my concern is it's gonna be storage also. Some of the seasonal stuff that, you know, you can't have outside out here. So if there's a way to do that, I would encourage that.
Okay.
But not make a requirement.
Can I go back
I
to?
mean, just asking to clarify, Skip, is it?
I would like to, but it's not a hill I'm ready to die on.
Okay.
I'm kind of going with Mary said, if, you know,
Can I go back to Nate playing devil's advocate on that, on what he brought up, you know, I understand it makes sense to go 4 or 6 months. How do you feel, Nate, since you were the one that said it first? If we just put no short-term rental, is that acceptable to you?
I mean, other developments out there, if it would have come in and said. No rentals less than 30 days. That would have checked the box for me.
What I'm afraid of, and this is an oddball, the folks that are coming up and working 30 or 60 days that do work right up the road, apparently there's a bunch of them, like not just a couple, but several. Who am I to say what they can or can't, you know, I don't want to put myself in a box that I'm gonna regret later. I know that this is gonna come up with the village board too, so that's why I'm asking, I mean. Am I gonna hit that roadblock on December 16th, then is this gonna become the issue? And, you know. Is short-term rental acceptable, just limiting it? Don't take them at that. Do you find that acceptable, Denise? Do you, Nate?
I mean, I appreciate having the increased bar beyond 30 days. And I think that and all of this is a balance, because at the end of the day, you have to make money on this. That's, I mean, like, you're not doing this to be philanthropic. I understand you have a desire to make a better part of the community. But there's no way Nick and Mary are gonna say, okay, we're gonna lose money on this. So we have to keep that in mind, is this has gotta be viable. Do I think that, would I feel better about 4 months than I would 30 days? Yes, I'd feel better about 4 months than 30 days. 6 months would be great, but I think that might be further than I would ask for.
Well, does it limit or does it put the nuts and bolts to the people who would potentially rent them if, let's say, the pig looks at that and says, no, I don't want to be held to that. Did I just lose selling 2 of these units to the Nesbits because they do only have their J1s here for 4 months? And he, right? I mean, that, and I know she feels that way as well.
but aren't most of the businesses already owning a not all of them have or can, but owning a property that they put J1s into for when they're here?
If you saw what those look like and how they're stacked up on top.
That
of
is
each
a
other,
concern that I had when we were talking about it.
I've seen it with my own eyes.
Yeah.
It's, I'll watch what I say here.
There's
They're
a
not
need
well
for J
maintained.
one housing.
It's rough.
There's probably, well, I will say, there is probably a lot of illegal things going on,
That's another way of thinking.
housing for J1s.
Mostly so. So, you know, when they know that they have X amount of people they need to have in their bodies on the floor, they're gonna do whatever they can to have those folks be here for it. Not everybody's gonna do what Main Street Market does. Those owners really do it right. Make sure that it's clean and that there's a bed for everybody. A lot of folks are not doing it that way.
So then why would we be concerning ourselves? It's just devil's advocate again with having a short enough rental term that they could put J1s in if we're concerned about how they would be.
Well, because some of them are only here 3 months or 4 months.
But if we're
I
just talking
have
about
an
it,
idea. Is there a way that we could, let's find the happy medium or the compromise, and that is X amount of units can be 4 months. Everything else can be 6.
because it's, I don't think we can do that.
Why?
We're talking about private people buying a house. And then we're saying, well, this guy over here can rent for 4, but because you bought later, you can only rent for 6.
But,
Yeah,
but
we
we're
did that to
talking
Marina
about
View.
Nick selling to business owners. That there's a whole different. It's apples and oranges then. An individual person who buys it versus a business who's going to use it for employees.
But that third person in there is the individual person that buys that wants to do it as a rental. Not a short-term rental, but
Right.
just as an investment in rental.
How about this?
Okay.
Because I'm getting concerned that we're dictating rental stuff and maybe that we don't have the ability to do. as
That's what I'm
government.
saying. It's like, you know.
I think they need to figure that out, put that in the HOA.
I know, but this is also a PUD.
We're
And
talking-
there is other criteria that condition.
Can you think of
Yes.
anywhere in Sister Bay that it's an issue if there is no short-term rental, that it has become an issue?
I'm sorry, what, Nick?
In any development or, where there are situations where there, is limited to no short-term rental? Has that solved the problem?
Is there any place where we have 30-day or more rentals that it's an issue? I think is kind of, that's what I'm hearing you ask.
Yeah, and they said the apartments, the shows. The people are renting for.
But the other thing I want to point out is we do have Patrice on the line here too. I mean, I know you're looking at board members, but we should remember she's out there as well.
There's an example like with Marina View where we did the opposite. We told Marina View, you have to have X amount of short-term rentals. You know, so that was kind of a reverse way of looking at it. The ones I'm aware of, we're not saying they can't be short-term rentals, but, the developers have volunteered that. And let's face it, a lot of them, like everybody said tonight, they are doing either short-term rentals, although most landlords do not allow subletting. They don't allow any subletting. I think I'm not sure, but I think the Glen doesn't allow subletting.
No, they do not.
Yeah.
And we've really gone, I mean, for the most part, most of everything above and beyond what's been asked. And the short-term rental was always. Yeah, we were there right from the beginning. It would be great if we could stick with the no short-term rental. If, with a 30-day. I feel like that really leaves, the buyer to said. I'm not putting them in the box then, right off the bat, in an investment that they're making. Is that fair to say?
I don't know, fair to say is the right thing. I understand what you're saying.
The other question I have is, this HOA is gonna be the enforcement for this. We're not gonna be the enforcement.
Right.
Well, that's what I kept thinking is how am I, or whoever is the president, gonna keep up with the 4-month or the 6 months, just be real, if you're gonna split the hairs on that. They're gonna turn in the lease and they're gonna look you right in the face and probably lie to you anyways, I don't.
Well, somebody living there is gonna see them moving in and out, so. reality is gonna show.
It's just the, the bigger picture concern, and I really want to bring this to a close soon. Is that just like Corey Shanahan was talking about? Because the Shoals was, HUD, right?
Yeah.
There's different criteria and it's all based on income. So if you have investments, you know, you don't have a job, but you have investments coming in. Up to whatever the threshold is for the size of your family or individual person. You can have a $250,000 car, because it's all based on your income, not your assets, which is. I did not completely understand that at the time, and I was one of the most upset when I found out, because everybody kept coming and talking to me. Do you know who moved in there? Do you know about this person? Do you know about that person? And it was all situations like that. I mean, we thought it was great for the community, and I'm not saying that I'm happy that it's there. But did it turn out the way that we thought it was going to? No. And I know people who have sold their home and moved into the Shoals.
I think we have a right to be concerned about that because we put money into that project, right?
There could be an ask for TIF funds.
But as of
That's
right
not what we're
now,
talking about.
yeah,
Right.
as of right now, this is private development, I think.
But it's a PUD, there is different criteria. It's not the same as a conditional use.
So 30 days is the minimum short-term rental. In the perfect world, we get 6. 4 is what's in the paperwork. I'm having reservations on that. Can we negotiate to 90 days? 3 months.
You don't want to negotiate right now. Negotiate on the 16th of December, if you're gonna negotiate on
Oh,
that.
I thought this was.
Well, it's our recommendation to the
Yeah.
board, so the board can still modify it,
Yeah.
should you choose to.
So we gotta do this all over again on the 16th, can we just go into short-term rental and then the no short-term 30-day and then let the, you know.
I was comfortable with your 4-month toss out at the beginning, but that seems to send a message that short-term rental is off the table. And when you read the definition of short-term rental, it's approximately 30 days, there's flexibility there.
Well, as soon as you rent it for less than 30 days, now you have to collect room tax. There's a very clear delineation. And you end up on the radar very quickly. They're the tourism.
Why, I mean, that's a whole nother category, but if you're trying to create a community of people that live there. Rental is not, part of your rental is not part of creating a year-round community.
Right, it's not, even if J1s are there or other employees, even if they're not J1s that are in seasonal businesses. You're right, that's not creating community. They don't
Providing
actually,
housing.
it's just providing housing, it's not.
So the 4-month I totally can live with. I wouldn't be obligated to push 6, I think, or sends a clear message. Leave it at 4. Okay.
That's what's in the map.
Something that I don't see listed anywhere is accessory structures. And I think because of the density, that they should be excluded from the development. Meaning storage sheds and that kind of stuff. They don't own land, so I don't know how that works, but it seems.
That's a good catch.
Yeah, I just assume because they didn't own the land, they wouldn't be able to do it.
Okay, so let's pause and tell you what I have so far, okay, you guys, been inclined to grant it with 2-way streets, no parking on one side. Lights have to be dark sky friendly.
Can I request that means dark sky compliant, because it's a different bar.
I think you've only got about 3 streetlights in there anyway,
There's
so
not-
it's pretty minimal.
That's pretty minimal.
There's a handful.
That's a good thing, I'm not.
Okay, so two-way streets, no parking on one side. The streetlights are dark sky compliant. Has to be a fence around the dog park. Revised landscaping plan approved by the plan commission prior to planting the trees.
Was it planned?
No.
Or was it prior to starting
Phase one.
phase 1? That's what you said the first time. And then-
Well, prior to doing what with phase one, because as soon as he approves it, he's in phase one. Prior to constructing, okay, turning her. I'll word that.
And basically what I think we're looking for is to approve a plan, but not hold them to the fire right now.
Right. Yeah, right, before they're ready to actually break
Yeah.
ground, it has to.
Yep.
Okay, and then, no rental shall be for less than 4 months.
In the HOA bylaws.
And then, there has to be 11 garages in the 10-unit garage building. No accessory building?
Well,
I think it should be 10. Like having one building out there so we can find what happens, but what do you think of this? That's okay.
well, it sounded like there was actually room in that structure to make it 11. I mean, that,
Originally, we were gonna go 7 and give 4 people, well, really, because they would be less expensive and you do anticipate people purchasing those that do not have a vehicle.
I truly think that to make this attractive to people, even in those smaller units, having that storage on site is gonna be.
Yeah, I mean, I
A big
ran into several people, 2 of which everything they own would fit in my van. And they're gonna be people that are gonna buy this right here, you know, so I mean, it's.
Where might you keep all the equipment, needed to
It'll probably be.
take care of the property
Private, it'll most likely be hired out.
hired
So
out?
it wouldn't be an on-site maintenance person, it'd be a third party that's hired, that
Okay.
would bring their stuff in.
Because otherwise I was gonna say, if you didn't need it, if you actually did build the 11th one, it could be storage for the complex itself.
11 garages,
I,
okay? And then aside from that 11 garage unit building, there's no other accessory buildings.
and then there was the one adjustment you were talking about, shifting 1 and 11 to better align the driveways.
Let me ask you this real quick. I read to you the planned unit development language, and I do have to create findings of fact.
I appreciate you doing that, because I was assuming that being my.
Yeah, so in creating my findings of facts, does the commission agree that they meet the intent of the findings of facts for the plan unit, or I'm sorry, for the
Oh my
plan
gosh,
unit
they couldn't
development?
need it any better.
Yeah. Okay, all right, so I can craft findings of facts. If this goes to the board, I can prepare that. Then I just need to know what to do with it, a motion or.
And just one more question, since they're coming to us with this plan, this locks in this number of units of each class category.
Right.
Okay, I just,
Yeah.
it's one thing that if all of a sudden they sell off all the big ones or just the little ones and a few of the middle sized ones that they don't have the option to change.
They would have to come all the way back.
Okay.
That's not how Paul understood.
This is part.
Number of units can't change, but the type of unit can. From my understanding, so it's a 50, like you would be approving 55 unit, but if we find that there's more of a market for the smaller homes, we can mix and match those within the boxes that are there.
No, for us, what we approve is a plan unit development for 55 units. And it would be specific, like 11 A's and stuff like that.
There's some real confusion with that, because Paul sat right here at the last meeting, and that's how he explained it to you all. That was the advantage, that's why he thought this planned unit development made the most sense. Besides the working with the setback, was if there is a certain build that sells the best, why wouldn't we go towards that and add one of those? I mean, that's what.
Yeah, so let's say you're looking at all your A's and there's one design that sells better than the other, that's fine. But the A's, you're not gonna put like one of the duplex units where your A units are, right?
Right.
That's why we're saying you're held to, where you're showing A's, that's gotta be all A's. Where you're showing your B's, those have to be all the B's.
Well, the
If you
B's
wanted-
wouldn't fit in the A's. I think more what Paul was saying was the square footage of the B's and C's. If a bunch of stuff sold better at 1,000 instead of at 1,400, you're saying we're locked into all that as well?
Yes.
Yeah, what we're saying is all the B plans are restricted to B area.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
The only way to change that is now if you come back and you say, look, we found that everybody wants this, we want to revise our PUD to allow the C's to be built in there.
You know, all we're saying
What if
is,
we just call them all numbers instead of A, B, and C?
Well, these are all based on square footages.
I guess one way I think that we could probably resolve it would be, if the approval would be, you're getting approved for a PUD with a maximum of 55 units. No more than 8 of them can be duplexes with 20-foot spacing. The remainder must be single-family standalone homes with 15 feet of spacing between buildings. Then that would allow shuffling.
Because that would allow them to come through, and if everybody wants to put up 2,000 or 2,500 square foot, whatever the Rs are, they could put Rs everywhere, and we totally negated the intent of allowing this overlay to the R2 district.
One of you did not exceed the square footage that's shown on here.
We're already, by using a PUD as an overlay, we're taking and saying what was already zoned R2, we're now gonna allow this to happen. But it's this, it's not just, well, we think this would be nice, but if somebody wants to come and spend a whole lot more money and put, bigger ones in, then we're glad to take their money. That's not what we're approving.
so I think Paul's biggest concern, I can speak for him on this. He wasn't a believer in those A's. He believes that the majority of what will sell will be the townhouses and the larger Rs. And his concern was, for us specifically, the folks that are gonna sit with the interest paid to the bank, is to get this completed in a timely manner, to see it be successful. So I've heard him say it time and time again. If these things don't sell, then we put this in its place.
Well, he hasn't brought that to us and said that.
He said that right here in this chair, 3 weeks ago, multiple times.
I do remember conversation.
I mean, that's how he understood it,
And
is all I'm
that's,
saying.
that's a concern I have, and that's why I'm raising it right now.
What's the biggest square footage you have?
Biggest.
I agree with you, or with Paul, I think that the A's are gonna be a harder sell when I look at those floor plans. But maybe that means this should come as a revised plan.
She believes those will be the first ones that sell. So, I mean, we've got greatly differing, opinion on some of this.
Yeah, so the biggest, the Rs are about 3,300 square foot box that the house has to fit inside. So I guess part of the argument would be, there's no way we can come back and say we're gonna put 55 large houses in there, they simply don't fit. To get the 55 density that we're proposing, you need to have quite a few of the smaller units. But maybe the compromise is, okay, you have 55 units, if it turns out you can only fit 4 in here, where we had 10 small units, you're way under the 55 density, I don't know.
But recognize that by doing this overlay, we're accepting much reduced setbacks and other things that are not part of the R2 district.
The
The setbacks are okay.
They meet
We're not getting into the setbacks.
It's the private road, if the private road becomes a public road, then we've got the setback issue, correct?
right?
But I guess, Skip, I hear what your point is, and what I'm thinking of is, okay, so let's say you wanna come in and put an A where an R is. Well, does that materially change it? It changes it some, but is that still generally what we're looking for? I
Or
think
you're
so.
gonna take out three A's and put an R in there,
Now, that's a different story.
but it can go either way.
Well, I think
With what?
if that's the concern, then I think it has to be very clear. Development can only occur in the box, in the limited common element box that we're approving, right? So if somebody wanted to take 3 little ones and make 1 big one, we wouldn't allow that because what's approved was a building site A, B, and C, not. He would be changing completely what the PUD
Correct.
authorized in number.
Correct.
And that would not be allowed.
Yeah, we thought, this is our misunderstanding apparently, this would fall, that 55 was the number that we had to work inside of. And I've heard him say it to me numerous times, the reason why he felt so good about this was if we hit a roadblock on the pre-sale, we just saw, I mean, essentially, a lot of this is gonna be dictated how we felt on that pre-sale. Once we knew we had the green light, the few months leading up to, let's say, May 1 is the ground break, assuming all of the permitting and everything goes proper. So we knew where we were gonna sit in March and April. We would have a really good idea, and his idea was if nothing sold of one of these ideas, you would naturally go to what is selling. I mean, he sat here and said that, so there must have just,
I think, Nico, I think what they're saying is, yeah, let that happen, as long as it fits in the box that's approved on your site plan.
So small can go where a big one might be, but a big one can't go where a small.
It would have to fit in that little box.
Okay, yeah.
Because when we're looking at those, I'm sorry, when we're looking at those, for example, I looked at them like, does this box meet the setback? Does this box? So if you just put a big one where a little box was, that changes it, because then.
Right,
nobody's
so
looked at
the,
that.
and that's what I was just thinking too, that the only thing that you would not be able to build more of are the Rs.
Well, you could build more of something larger in place of the small.
Right, so, but if, but Cs and Bs could go where the Rs were. Right, it's the smaller units that can go, that fit within that envelope.
Bigger one.
Right, the only thing,
These Cs are things to come back into ours,
right, the only thing that can't be without coming back
you can't go.
would be
bigger
the
than
Rs.
small. Well, no, you can't take and put it.
the A's is the.
Or a B.
So I guess to clarify, the question is, let's say they sell out everything great, but they've only sold 3 A's. Can they come back in 3 years and say, hey, instead of 5 A's, we would like 3 C's?
Yes.
Okay, and is that a huge deal, or are we?
So the way it reads, I just looked at it, that you go to the plan commission and the plan commission determines whether it's significant to require a public hearing or not, or if they can just amend it.
So then do we have to include wording that we will allow? I would intermixing
So what Julie
in the
was saying.
envelope, inside
was
the
that
envelope,
These envelopes are what are being approved.
right,
So as long as it fits in that box that's drawn here.
right, so we need to spell out that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As,
Anything.
because we have no idea who will be here in the future.
Yeah, I think you need to make it very clear,
Yes.
because I mean, we had a misunderstanding, so let's make it so everybody understands the same language.
So yeah, I mean, even in my notes, I had written there can have to be changed to the number of an umbrella cover in each class of home. The number could be dropped with the umbrella coverage. So
What you're approving is a building envelope location for 1 unit per building envelope. Does that make sense?
It's not worded well, but I know what you mean.
Yeah, I mean, I,
Do we have to say anything about the duplexes on there? You're still, it's still one building envelope per building, we don't need to specify with multiple units on those?
well, do we care? 'Cause
So
I
on
know-
those, didn't you have 1 car and 2 car duplexes?
Let me ask you this. Something to think about, do we care whether that's a single family home or a duplex sitting there? I know we have talked about mixed use zoning before, right? We've talked, not mixed use zoning, that's the wrong term, but, you know, we've talked about allowing duplexes in R1.
I'd be disappointed if they'll have duplexes, but I suspect that cash flow wise duplexes probably. It's gonna be harder to get more duplexes. I mean, like realistically, you're not gonna say, no, we're not gonna do duplexes.
If it was up to the builder, both of the
Yeah,
ones that
both
dealt
of
with the whole thing, this would just be townhouses. That's what was originally,
And that would,
the first plan we brought forward with the other company had, was all duplexes. That was what they believed would be the best sell.
And the reason I think that I would be disappointed if there wasn't duplexes, because those are going to be some of the more affordable. Conventional houses, I mean, I really hope these A's sell out, and that would be fantastic, but. People that may not be able to think outside of the box will see that and they'll still see, house, okay, that's right, no.
So for all of them, they can swap, except for those duplex that can only swap with another 2 unit.
I don't know that I wanna specify that, I mean, it sounds like, I think that. I trust the economics to work out like that.
All right,
And if they have enough interest that everybody's wanting the townhouses or duplexes, or they will come back to see us to amend it. If that's really a push that happens.
I think there is. You know, I remember when we did that housing study, when I met with the economist and the people that were looking at it, there was a serious demand for townhouse units or duplex units in the village of Sister Bay. There's not a lot of, I don't have a lot. Anyway, okay, so I have all this. What am I gonna do with it?
Do you want to read it off one more time?
Okay, just so you understand, I'm gonna make it sound better, but this is what I've got.
Because somebody will need to make this recommendation to
Okay.
village board.
Two-way streets with no parking on one side. Lights have to be dark sky compliant, I'm sorry, the street lights have to be dark sky compliant. The code does require that on the houses too, just so everybody's aware. The dog park needs a fence. The landscaping plan has to come back to the plan commission before they break ground. It's a 4-month rental restriction. 11 garage units in the freestanding garage building and no other accessory buildings. And we're gonna shift number 11, so it's more accessible.
It was actually shifting A1 and 11 together, those were gonna be.
Yeah. Right.
Did I understand that correctly? You're gonna like
I
rotate?
actually got it drawn up here, it works, so.
And then,
Okay.
we're gonna approve a building envelope for each unit. Or what is approved is, on the plan is the building envelope that can be used for development of the unit sizes mentioned. That they can train back and forth. I'll make that more, I'm sorry. It takes a while to look
The
at
drawn
everything.
building envelope is the maximum size.
Right.
Essentially,
Right.
what can go in that spot.
Somebody care to make that motion?
I'll make that motion.
Motion by Bell,
So,
second by Heidler. All those in favor respond with an aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Right? I got a little touchy there for a second. Sorry about that. Best of luck, you guys. Good luck with the board. That's all I can say.
Well, that's what everybody says is needed in Sister Bay, I guess, the board has the opportunity to make a good foot forward. Already are still happening, so.
Okay, so next is our next housing project, our housing developments. That we're
You're
excited
gonna
about.
hate me, but we're gonna take a 5-minute break.
Right.
Okay. I can't even feel my knee.
That's actually kind of what I was thinking. So that they can actually get in that here because it's gonna be all of those other stuff.
Yeah. I was so wrong. I'm so sorry. So sorry.
That wasn't.
I hit it right on the head though for one.
Put in a trail, cause the thought was you've got. Sidewalk here, sidewalk here, you know, people are gonna walk, thank you, short, they're gonna walk there, they're gonna walk.
We're saying something like
here. And he was like, why would I go through that expense if I?
Okay, because Tim Holbrook is not here and Stoyan is, we are going to.
Jump to page 98.
Trying to get there.
So what, Stoyan has, is he purchased the former Bayshore Outfitters property. And he would like to turn it into a bakery, and coffee shop. And there's not a lot of concerns with this proposal. He has the room for the parking. The big concern is landscaping. This is one of those old parking lots like we often see where parking doesn't fully meet code on it. So, from a staff's perspective, that was our only concern, is the landscaping on this project. There's more than enough room, I think.
I was looking at GIS and it looked like there was room in front of the building before the parking lot is, so maybe they could.
There
just-
are some beds there. I looked at the property too when it was up for sale, so wanted it, but yay for you. There are some beds that need to be cleaned up.
But that could dress it up and.
That could
make
dress it
look much
up,
better.
and I also think that, you know, if a new sign is placed out by the road, that area. So I think I would wanna see, a landscaping plan on what that would entail in those areas.
I presume on this one that the sign that's there is totally coming down and being redone to meet code.
I was planning to, because it was, that's how I purchased it, but I'm not sure if it's not compliant. When I bought it, the previous owner told me that, there it was allowed, and there was an exception of some sort. I don't remember the exact wording, but, he said that they had to do some extra steps in order to comply at the time of, putting it up. So I'm not sure.
But, yeah, his height is a problem, and that is not part of this, that's always a separate permit. We can dig through the
Where I
file,
was just going there, was
Right.
that as part of the landscape,
Right.
with that down, it's gonna change. Kind of up look to the front.
Right.
So a landscaping plan of those beds in the front would make a big difference.
yeah. So separate application. But we could ask for, a landscaping plan. I think it's a really great idea, I think we need a really good bakery in town.
And since the old one became the boathouse,
Yeah, what?
I'm going back a ways.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I have,
rental area and
No, no,
something.
what's now the boathouse restaurant used to be a big,
Oh,
what page were you asking us to?
98.
98 on the PDF. Was
No.
overlaid.
well, the one that's marked at page 98 or of the packet.
Yeah. What in the overlay district?
No, this is.
Are you in the
No,
email?
you're not in the updated one, maybe.
Yeah, I was just saying, are you in the email sent Saturday or the one where I added We added soy into the packet on Monday.
Okay.
Okay, so. So my understanding, we're inclined to approve this, provided we get a landscaping plan prior to opening for business, and it's that we approve a landscaping plan and the landscaping be updated prior to opening up for business. Unless it's in the winter months, then we would give them until June 1st. And, make it very clear that if the sign is not conforming, it does have to be brought up to code.
One thing I wanna say to Dwayne is bike parking. You are on the only bike path in the village of Sister Bay. Take advantage of that. I didn't do, no, thank you.
Is that a requirement, Nick?
I'm not gonna make it a requirement because I don't wanna put another requirement on there. I just wanted to point that out to say, hey, you could. That is a important parking, especially in a place where you actually are on that path.
And I can't remember how good the parking striping was, how worn it was. So we may, as part of the landscaping plan, we may ask for that to be restriped. And to make sure that it is the 9x20s.
We did require that of the doorstop furniture shop as well, so that's not uncommon. So we would ask that the parking area be restriped, that a new landscape.
Measured and restriped.
Measured and restriped. And that the landscaping plan be approved prior to opening for business with the plants, if required, to be planted by June 1st. And the sign, if non-conforming, be brought into compliance.
Say the last part, I thought it was only if, because we're already in the winter, so yeah, June 1st.
If that, the code allows that.
So we make a motion to approve with those conditions. So moved.
Second.
Motion by Berto, second by Heidler. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Now, just to be clear, so everybody understands, those conditions are gonna appear on this permit. We're not requiring a development agreement. We don't want to go to the board and not worth it. Okay. So does that make sense to you? So it just becomes like a regular permit with conditions. You don't have to go to the board. No other big fees.
I just have to supply the conditions by June 1st.
No, you have to provide your landscaping plan has to be approved by this committee before you open.
Okay.
And then the plants actually have to be installed by June 1st.
Oh, I understand.
Yeah. And if your sign doesn't meet code, you're gonna need to put in a different sign.
Okay, now, I'll
work with you on that. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
And you do have to restrike the parking lot, but you have to make sure that all the stalls meet code. We'll talk about that.
Yeah, I'm going to talk the whole parking lot, so the stripings don't happen.
Yeah, so we'll talk about that. I'm only, my time is limited, but I'll reach out to you, okay? And make sure we take care of that.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, we should have put you first.
I
Not
should have
Ryan.
put my paper since soon, so I got first.
Actually, has to die.
Oh, you forgot.
Nick and Tim. Okay, so back to Tim.
Okay, what page was that on?
Tim is page 79.
Okay.
What's on my notes are on the other packet.
Yeah,
I
that's
hope
what
I have them up side by side, yeah. It looks great. I'm really happy that and this must have been at your direction, Julie. That third building shrunk it down to, less 6 units.
I shared with him my concern.
Because we
about-
needed some of that space.
Right, I shared with him the comments from all of the committees. And that was how he had said, this is how I can meet that, was by to understand it. So that was Tim just trying to meet with, you know, what was requested. There were some things, you know, one, Nathan and I just briefly talked about a trail on the break. There were some things where he was like, look, that wasn't in the RFP. I don't mind being flexible, but some of this stuff is just gonna cost a fortune. I can't. Like, you can't start asking this stuff now, you know, so some of it was, this is what I've got, this is what I can offer you.
Well, what was it? Enlighten us to what was asked that he kind of pushed back at, that
So-
didn't happen.
One of the things we did, and I think it was at the July meeting, was we asked for a trail to connect his playground to the other properties up by the shoals. And that's when he said,
Okay.
hold on, you know, there was another one, there was a comment from the housing committee where when we put that RFP out there, it was that 20% of the units had to serve 80% of the 20 medium income population. And the committee said, the housing committee said, well, you know, it'd be nice if it was more, and he's like, wait a minute, you know, you put the RFP out there for 20, you can't change that on me now.
Okay.
I've got to make my ends meet too. If I want to do this project, I've got to be able to afford to do it and to make a profit on it, which makes sense. Why should he build buildings and not make a profit on it, right? So,
So one thing an idea I bounced off Julie just moments ago was, okay, he doesn't wanna put the money for it, we could still get it, let's get an easement for a trail there, so if we ever do have that, we can put it in there. Cause then it's not gonna cost them anything, and it would provide that connectivity to it, cause there's a ton of people that live there. And the more people we can get to that playground that aren't on the street, the better off we are. Maybe we never use it. But maybe we just ask for that easement there, so we've got it.
So do we currently have a sidewalk on Northwoods? I was-
yes,
Okay.
yes, yes.
So to bring a sidewalk across the whole court and the front also would not be quite as direct, but it would be a path.
So,
Playground.
Right, and that's what, I believe that's what Tim thought too. You've got sidewalks, why would you require me to do this? But
I'm not discounting what you're saying, Nate. I'm
yeah, no, I was actually gonna say, Julie's got a map there that I just had, just so you can see, what I was thinking is if you make it available to that corner, then if you, it doesn't make a lot of sense unless the shoals connects through to there. Because then the shoals could walk back through there.
Don't we already have
trail,
a utility easement number there?
Just that 20-foot, but I don't know that we can actually put a trail on top of the utility easement.
yeah, you would not be able to do any asphalt on it.
Yeah.
But you
You
could
can't
do
put a
a,
trail. Well, you could even do asphalt, if you rip it up, you just have to
You'd have to
replace
do
it,
your
if it's our.
Yeah, it's asphalt isn't that expensive, if you're doing like a very thin covering. I guess my goal there is to make it so we could have the option to connect through to those other developments back there. And if we can do that through utility easement, I care about the goal, not how we get there. But I still wonder, why wouldn't we just ask for the easement? I mean, it's not gonna be material, I mean, it wouldn't impact him if this issue is financial.
But I could
it would
see as
impact his
somebody
landscape.
living there. Putting a trail on the east side of proposed building number 3. People walking past my side windows all the time.
yeah,
I don't know how comfortable I'd be about that.
You're gonna be about the same distance as somebody driving off of the other side.
no, you're significantly farther away. You're talking probably 15 feet versus 45.
What did he say about expanding the park area?
So I did talk to him about that and he did redraw it a little bit. He said, yeah, you know, if you guys wanna work and contribute money so we can get a bigger, better place that, I'm all about that. He said he would prefer to, once it's approved for that, density, he would prefer to give the park back to the village, even if he has to maintain it, he would still prefer because he doesn't want the liability
Yeah.
on that.
Right, and I understand that, But I think I had asked, you know, couldn't we extend it way up here, you know, almost the whole length of what that building is? And, because I think if our intent is for a neighborhood park, this is not big enough. This isn't even big enough if half these units had children in them.
It
Let
looks,
alone for the whole area. I think you need, you know, 2 sets of swing sets and 2 slides and, you know, much larger than what's there if we're calling this a neighborhood park.
how many kids are in the shoals? We have a rough demographic of ages and families.
I don't, and you know, it changes, but they have their own playground set.
It's small. It's really small.
I was just trying to get a sense of utilization.
Sure.
I mean, we've got other obvious structures back there, people get to this instead of having to cross paper roads. So-
I wish I had the comprehensive outdoor recreation plan here to talk about neighborhood parks. The neighborhood parks are just to help the people in that neighborhood. They're not meant to be a big draw where you have a lot of people coming in.
Yeah.
This is
The
outdoor
outdoor rec plan?
yeah.
Oh, I don't have that.
I mean, the one thing I've been looking at is just got like a couple of trees near the benches, the playground would make sense when it's 85 degrees and sunny and no wind back there.
Yes, I think that there would have to be more plantings.
The rest of the
I
landscape
did not pull it up though on GIS to see what.
But right now, there's nothing there. It's a,
There's nothing on the side of
But
this
there's
one.
more.
So I think that there should be
I mean,
well, he doesn't have a landscape plan
Yeah,
here, does he?
yeah,
It's this, but mine got cut off.
it's like four,
That's there. We gotta fix that.
page 83. It's a minimal plan, but I mean, it's with what he's got to work with here, it's not bad.
He's showing plantings around the building.
Right, but not along the property line.
Right, and that's why I thought that, what did I put in here? Additional landscaping along the north and east lot lines. Cause he had landscaping along the roads, which we require. But there was nothing on the other 2 sides.
Right, I think up here, if he would plant 2 or
Well, that's
3.
That's a sewer easement also on the north side.
Oh. So over here where the park is and this property line, I think that there would have to be some better plantings, more than 1 every 40 feet.
And what Denise is referring to is the lot line that's parallel to the stormwater.
So I would want to see interior trees. A few. On the perimeter.
When you say interior trees, Denise, are you saying, he's showing them in the parking lot? You're
Talking
saying some
about
more,
in here
okay.
by the playground equipment and north of
Yeah,
that.
the whole area north of the playground and up to the other building.
Yeah, playground, north, and east line. Correct?
And I would like to see the playground area extended the length of that building.
So where did he end up on green space coverage? I didn't find anything in here on that.
I did not recalculate it from the discussion in July. But he does have less building than he did back then.
Right.
Was he? Yeah. I did, like I said, because I didn't see any numbers.
Well, we need to verify that though. It's not that I don't trust you, just want to verify.
Yeah. Okay, so let's talk about that playground being extended. When he presented it, you know, we said we wanted a neighborhood park and everything, and he gave us, we reviewed it and we said, yeah, this looks good, and then we said, yes, we wanna work with you, we award you the RFP. So if we come back and now say, hey, we want you to double it,
But at the village's
expense,
expense. I'm just at, you know.
The additional cost.
The additional cost, right,
If Parks wants to kick in,
right.
we can't speak for them.
Well, Nate and I are on parts, but most of the time we disagree, so.
do you think Parks should look at that? The
No,
park,
no, we're not gonna bog it down with that. I think they'll be happy, but as long as, you know, if it can extend more, be bigger with the village making a contribution, I mean, he still has to cut the grass no matter,
Oh, no, we've got less grass.
now he'll have less grass, right?
That sounds great for a tree.
although you're mowing around and stuff, right, so that's not really
Well,
fair.
you know, it's got plastic edging everywhere.
You put another swing set there,
Yeah,
more things to mow around.
No, because it's in,
It'll all be inside,
In mulch.
he's got plastic floors around all the plants.
and it wouldn't maybe necessarily have to be. Well, it would make most sense, I guess, to just do it all to begin with. Instead of in places, so.
so do we want the playground design? A condition of the development agreement to be that playground design comes back prior to actually developing it? Cause you know, that could be 2 years from now, but we have 30,000 set aside.
Sure, and I think then, and then. If this moves forward, it can go to parks just to talk about what kind of equipment, what kind of investment. Would come, as a recommendation to the village board to expend money, how much
We've
money,
given you this footprint to work with.
right? What do you wanna put on there?
I'm just trying to understand, you're saying we're probably gonna go beyond the $30,000 that we already have set aside. Or you're just saying we spend the $30,000 we've got set aside up to.
And more.
Okay.
If we truly want it, I mean, I think we would have to have dimensions, true dimensions on what this size is. And parks would have to look at different kind of playground equipment.
And recognize we're again on top of an easement for sanitary.
And we need an easement to access that pond.
Is it more reasonable to delineate the area that we're gonna put this in and then say you've got to kick in this much money and then we take over the design of it? And that would seem to be more practical. And he's not hung up on it for occupants or anything like
Well,
that.
I mean, he's got roughly a 54 by 115 foot box that's rounded off interior. For the playground.
I'm just thinking about, in the future, things get missed and sometimes it gets to be more cumbersome. Julie, what's your thoughts on that? Which is the least cumbersome way to deal with that?
I think probably the best way is to say in the development agreement that the village will be partnering with him on a neighborhood park in that area. And, prior to occupancy of building number one, if that's building number one, he has to work with the Parks Committee on a park design. And the village will pay $30,000 or up to a certain amount, whatever that is.
Well, a minimum of $30,000, but then park, you know, if
Yeah.
we're making it bigger and if we determine that. What we really like and think that should be in this neighborhood park. You know, is gonna cost $20,000 more, parks will have the opportunity to budget for that.
If they want more than what Tim,
Right, more than the 30 that we have and what it was gonna cost Tim that he was gonna put in.
So really, we shouldn't be putting a dollar amount in here because it's gonna be negotiated with Parks and with Tim later.
Right, for sure,
And we can't obligate the village.
no,
This commission can't, so there shouldn't even be a dollar amount. It should just be the obligation of working with him to design and build.
but we have to guarantee the 30, right, because we've already
yeah,
said that.
we would guarantee, for sure, we are putting 30,000 in there because we took money from someone on the condition it would be used for a park
Oh,
at that location.
right.
Before you were.
So that's the minimum that we're gonna do.
That's what I was saying, like, is it gonna be beyond that 30 skip? Cause I mean, I just assumed $30,000 was already in there. And Parks has have we actually committed to that? I think that we at least talked about doing it in this particular project, but is it?
So what we did was when we approved the certified cert, so. The state allows you, when you're reviewing a land development, to require land be set aside for park and rec purposes or park land. We had never done that. So when we amended our land division code in 23, we put that in there. And then somebody came in with a CSM and we said, okay, we are concerned about the impact on our park system. So we're gonna approve this, but in exchange, you have to, put a dedication towards our parkland system. And the rate is $10,000 per lot. So he gave us, it was a 3-lot CSM, so he gave us 30,000. That then was set aside in our accounting system specifically for, because we even put it in the approval, that it was specifically for a community park on Avahoe. So it's very specific. So it's designated. It's not like we can take it and spend it somewhere else.
And so I think Parks should get this sometime after the first of the year, have conversations. How big do we want it to be? What equipment do we want? So we can have all that set by the time June rolls around and we start working on budget.
Yeah, I think we should approve the development agreement with that condition that goes back to it. So it doesn't hold up because.
No, I don't want to hold him up.
Yeah, because he's like, how much do you invest? You know, because keep in mind, he does not own the land yet. That's our land. So we want to get an agreement where he says, yes, I am building these. Yes, 20% will be for 80% CMI. And we say, okay, now we promise you, if you sign this development agreement, we give you the land, you're gonna build this, let's go. But here's the catch. You're gonna go back to the Parks Committee and we're gonna work out more details on that.
Well, he doesn't even have to show up.
Right, but
Yeah, so just to be that devil's advocate, what happens if he gets partly into the bill and something goes sideways on him?
he's bound by the development agreement that he owes money if he would owe money if he cannot complete it. And on the letter of intent, we have a clause that if he backs out, we get the land back. And we're getting that land back with those improvements he didn't finish, if that were the case.
Okay.
I will say this, I think Tim is a pretty responsible builder that way. I don't see that happen. Yeah.
I know, and I know he built my dad's house, but
He is also.
things can go sideways too.
Things can, yeah.
By somebody and just.
Exactly,
Yeah.
yeah. No, he is the one who has built the homes for the Door County Housing Partnership. So he's really invested in making, I don't want to say affordable, more affordable housing in that area. So I think.
His apartment layouts show his experience,
Yeah.
so. Except he's got bathtubs in the master bath instead of showers. I know, nobody else looked at it.
That's what you like.
That's what you like.
There's also some, and I just never bring it up anymore. I used to bring it up, bad feng shui in some of the kitchens and baths.
I'm not sure that's within our purview.
It's not, but it's just something I noticed on looking through his plans.
Okay, so are we okay with requiring a sidewalk along Avahoe? So it's three sidewalks around the property.
He's only adding one.
Right, on Avahoe. We talked about the additional landscaping, we talked about the park. The development agreement does have to restrict or require that 20% of the units be for 80% CMI. That was required in the RFP. That's why we're doing this, is because we're trying to get more affordable housing, right? So that would be in the development agreement. It's a 3-year time limit. So normally our development agreements are 2, this would be 3, with the option to amend as long as there's substantial progress.
We have a minimum assessed value that kicks in.
We have not, no.
I think after year 3 and 4, we should have that built into there.
Into our development agreement template.
I mean,
It
it's,
it is in the template.
It's in the.
It
Yeah.
says,
But
but there's nothing that says after year 3, this kicks in or something.
Well, I guess this is public property, and what has happened to us in the past is we had, and this has got a couple more hooks on it, we had property we sold years ago. That then sat, and then somebody speculated on it, and then nothing ever happened. Sorry, it took a long time for something to happen to it, and somebody else made a lot of money on it by sitting on it. And I think that also we should compel this. The other thing is, if we are going to give this land, and we're going to get this housing, well, we need to get the housing in the time on that. I'm fine saying 3 years. But there's gotta be something out there that says, no, get this done in 3 years. And I think that's one of the better tools we've got.
Why is it 3, not 2?
Well, only because you're doing 3 buildings and keep in mind, he has a job. He has a business, he's building elsewhere. And to do this, he's gonna complete 1 building and then move on to the next. Financially, you can't go in and build 3 large apartment buildings at one time. And expect that to be done. That's unrealistic. So, it would be to, rather than say this has to be done in 2, we're actually giving you 1 year per building, which was 3 years.
And then
I
minimum
get it,
assessed
I'm used to
value
where
comes
big things
in
happen faster, but
after 3 years.
Not yours, yeah.
I know, I said
All right, Ms. Luchisa.
back for
Yeah, man, I-
Faster, and I said, no.
If I'm going out in Little Chute this summer, looking over there, and you've got like 8 apartments going. And then there's 8 more apartments in the next phase, so yeah, but it's just a matter of scale, and we don't have that. There's not that much workforce.
And I'd be concerned on next development with 6 years, because people who come in and build first and live there are gonna be living in a mess for 5 of those 6 years.
I remember Denise saying one time to this committee, we are always under construction somewhere, people just have to get used to it.
I think Laura Lee said that and that's read
We
in a
hear
letter.
from
or
all
something.
sides. So
Yeah.
this will, I mean, we'll hear plenty of this. We heard the Shoals all along Fieldcrest. It was like all those homes went up at once. And they just keep happening wherever there's
Open space.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's at some point that it'll stop, but
maybe.
it'll take.
When
Okay, so you did write down minimum assessed value after 3 years payment.
Well, that is in the template.
It just hasn't been enforced.
No, we haven't forced it.
On the ones across from the Catholic Church. I'm trying to remember what that project was to be able to build part of, and they're gonna come back and we don't redo the
Oh, down the road,
Yeah,
Who's that?
Does.
Garrett.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. He's coming to you in January, so you can talk to him about that. He's coming back. That'll be on your agenda. Yeah, the only one I'm aware of is what happened this project. Hoffman never signed.
Totally inside.
Yeah.
They did this time.
Yeah, so the only one I'm aware of is Paula, the one across the street from. Anyway, okay, so this would be a development agreement. This would go to the board, this month. And then we can, take the next action, which would be on the village board, not you guys, on the letter of intent and transfer the property. This does not have anything about that easement for a trail, but I can word it such that that is to be discussed as part of that park design.
So it would be great so what's gonna happen is at some point in the future, somebody else is gonna pick up this file in like 5 or 10 years. And make reference in there just to that utility easement. That might be, I think that's gonna accomplish what I'm looking to get done there.
Just keep the utility.
I mean,
leave it
just
as
try to
is.
stick,
Okay.
somehow have that flag in there, so because we've got that utility easement. We could connect it to the shoals if we wanted to. We chose to spend that money.
I'll just put in the development agreement to bring awareness to it.
Yeah.
That it's acknowledged it's there, that the
Yes.
village has the right to put a trail.
So is his parking lot where you gonna be dark sky? I noticed the fixtures on the buildings are kind of shown that way. I couldn't make heads or
You
tails.
did do the lighting plan on there?
Yeah, and I couldn't make heads or tails of what the park was, because it's a 5 column, same codes, so I don't know what they are. 892.
You did show all of his lighting was retained on.
Oh, well, what we didn't talk about is, the 52 feet of ugly wall. On page 87.
The side elevations.
Unless he, his landscaping is just gonna, up against the building is gonna cover all that up.
I'd have to look at that. I know that I've worked with Tim on that issue on the Homes for the George County Housing Partnership. Where there were some walls that exceeded 50 and he had to plant the vegetation to break that up on those homes. So we'll look at that.
Yeah, all of his ends are pretty much blank. But that also includes the one on Hill Hope. 2 buildings worth. Not trying to look at that one yet. He does have a tree there in the middle of each building and then some shrubbery.
I just wanna confirm the landscaping plan is enough to break that up.
When the tree gets mature. Page 84, are you looking at 84?
No, I'm on 91.
I'll address it. in the development.
So he has tried to address that from a standpoint of Northwoods and Navajo. Not so much to the east and north.
Well, it only applies if that wall is visible from a public road.
But you can see it from 57.
But you can do.
I don't think it's gonna look like a 50-foot wall from 50. And hopefully nothing's taken over anyhow.
Well, there, on that side, there isn't much. That's where the park is, and it's all low.
Okay, I know we wanted a new green space calculation, provided that is okay.
Yep.
Is there a recommendation to move it to the board? With those items we discussed?
So. Motion by Berto, is there a second? Foxy? All those in favor respond with an aye. Aye.
Ignore my question.
I was looking for Patrice, but I didn't hear her.
Is up here?
Oh,
Do you ask if I'm on?
Yes.
Yeah.
Samples of it.
Motion. closed.
Aye.
Thank you.
So is that all?
Yes. Unanimous. Okay. Zoning map update.
So first of all, yay, we have a new zoning map. Skip, you've been waiting forever.
Oh,
I've been starting years.
tonight.
Now, it took a while for Zach to get it to us. And then there was like some misunderstanding on the date, but we got it. Sarah, I do have your copy for the file. So just so you know, I have that, so I'll give it to you. Have an extra if you want it, Kurt. Pretty exciting stuff. So I'm giving this to you for your zoning ordinance.
No, I'm good for now. You're bringing it home, right?
Yes.
Okay.
We're not gonna do anything with this because we have the other maps, but I'm giving it to you because we've been waiting for it. And to let you know that the board approved our zoning amendments last Tuesday. Sarah was gonna print everybody a brand new book. You know, we was talking about signage, awnings, CSM, agritourism. we're gonna talk about text amendments today, so I said, Sarah, just in case it changes in a month, let's hold off on printing the whole thing and see what happens at tonight's meeting. So, just FYI on that one, okay? Stop it. Okay, so what I tried to do is, so I talked with, Balin. And I said, look, I wanna try and make this as easy as possible and as least expensive as possible. And so we talked about the best way to do it, and I said, you know, is there a way that you can just highlight that we can do this in bite-sized pieces? And I said, is there a way to highlight all the residential stuff that shows up as residential on our land use plan and put it on the zoning map and show us it, so we only have to focus on that color the first meeting? So, and she said, yeah, so when you look at the one that says draft zoning map with future residential, and I just realized I'm taking it out of order on you because you guys are talking about Woodland first was what was in that thing.
So I'm trying to find the page.
I'm trying to find the Woodland map.
Okay, you are on the Woodland map?
No, it's the printer, I can't believe that, the printer cut all of my maps off. But anyways, that's okay, because I know it pretty good, or I can look at some of this, but let's go to the Woodland one then. Okay. So the Woodland, you know, we wanna make, because the land use map showed all these woodlands, we wanna make sure that we address those somehow in zoning, because we gotta be consistent. So one thought was, the easiest way, I think, is, like I said, you just create an overlay district. So if it was zoned residential and it has all these trees we want to preserve, it gets an overlay. Meaning all your R1 rules are the same under there. It's just that in addition, because you're in this woodland area, you have special wood protection rules. That's what the overlay is. To me, that was the easiest way to address it. But you don't have a woodland overlay, so I was like, well, they could just apply other standards in the code, or they could make one very, very specific just for that district. I thought that was the easiest way to fix the issue of getting those woodlands. Because, you know, one of the challenges you have is you can't, if you make a new district, it becomes challenging because zoning districts are supposed to, zoning district boundaries are supposed to follow property lines. As you know from your comprehensive plan, the land use map, those woodlands don't follow property lines. So you either have to go through and make everything follow these property lines, or you just have an overlay where the trees are. My recommendation is to just do the overlay where the trees are. But then you have to have overlay standards. And I thought, now I know Steve is gone, but, Steve Mazinski, but I thought just make it cut and easy. It's just, hey, can't be clear cut and can't be doing all this stuff here. Yes, you can trim a branch.
Well, and that was my comment to him. I think that was a little extreme. That is not what the code says.
I don't think that's what it says either. But so that's the easiest. You've got, you know, a short amendment to your zoning code, and wherever that woodland area is on your land use map, it comes in overlay.
I like it.
I thought so
Why do you
too.
keep staring at me, Skip? Like,
I'm just waiting, yeah, I've got a couple of comments.
okay,
So, well, I think one is just the way 2A is worded. I think that we're missing like wooded in there. Buildings and structures shall not be placed to the greatest practical extent on those portions of a lot designated woodland overlay. Isn't it on the wooded portions a lot designated?
Well, the overlay is only where there's overlays. So, you wouldn't have it.
But you just said that the overlay covers, so if you're talking about going into a lot that has maybe trees on the front that is open in the back, you want the building to be on the back.
Right.
But there might be more woods behind that, so the woodland overlay would cover.
The woodland overlay would only cover those areas that we identified as worth protecting in the land use plan.
Correct. Well, I'm, for instance, thinking along Country Lane.
Right?
there's a lot of trees that.
So you can have building on the front and in the back is all the.
Or in this case, all the trees are planted along the road, buildings are farther back. But I won't fight this one, but it seemed like it didn't make sense when you're talking about. Should not be placed to the greatest extent possible on those portions of a lot designated woodland overlay. Just the wooded areas of, because the whole lot's probably gonna be under the overlay. You're not gonna have a hopscotch pattern within somebody's property saying this is woodland overlay and this is.
They are though, they are. So so look at the one that. Look at the map that has the woodland boundaries on it. That's exactly where it would be, it would hopscotch over it, kind of like the bluff overlay. You know, that just hopscotches down a big arc, doesn't follow property lines. Same thing.
Well, my concern is that on a small scale of a lot, that we're not defining just the clear area. Because the whole lot is gonna be under what, the area you've got shown here is woodland overlay.
But most of them are not the whole lot.
No, most of them are not.
On page,
No, I want you to
On
keep
page
talking, because we gotta make sure
106.
it's right.
I just don't think it's as clear as it could be, because you're really talking about the wooded portions of a lot in the woodland overlay area.
so you think it's more the wording?
Yeah,
Or the map.
I just think we're missing a word in there.
Help me though, because we want it to make sense.
So buildings and structures shall not be placed to the greatest practical extent on those portions of a wooded lot designated woodland overlay district. You're adding wooded in front of lot. So you're trying to say you don't build where the trees are at.
Well, and see, I read it this way, you're not building on that part of the lot that has the overlay.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, it's because, to me, it doesn't make sense.
It's semantics, but
Yeah.
it just, okay,
Yeah,
I
to
won't
me-
worry about that one.
And I took a lot of the language from our ridges and swales overlay, so they read very.
I do under 2B. That concern. With just designating 30 feet from the foundation. I think that based on the type of tree and its size, that could still cause a problem. I think 30 feet from the foundation to the edge of the tree canopy is a better description, because that's where the roots are. You could be going 30 feet, and that's where the tree
The trunk of the
trunk
tree.
is, but you got 15 or 20 feet of roots that you just destroyed.
Yeah.
You killed the tree.
Yeah. Okay, so 30 feet to the,
30 feet from the foundation to the edge of the tree canopy. Sorry, this is the forester side.
no, this is why we want you, 30 feet from the edge of the foundation.
From the foundation to the edge of the tree canopy, or however it's.
Edge of tree canopy. All right,
I mean, that's where you wanna have that permitted in your clearing zone.
Skip, I'll probably reach out to you to have some, have you review the link. Make sure it's your, what you know.
Okay.
Okay. What else we got there?
That would fit on that one. With that residential zone.
So if we're okay with that approach, that's a pretty easy fix, okay?
Yeah.
All right. Then let's move on and look at our residential map, okay? And Sarah, by the way, I saw you smiling at me when I was talking about those maps.
I'm so sorry.
That is nothing you did. That is how the thing is formatted, so don't be.
We'll fix that.
No, that's not your issue, okay? Don't be giving me that look like, sorry. Don't be sorry. That's me. Okay, so now we're looking at residential, and so I had her highlight all the yellow areas. And so I thought the best approach was just to kind of walk through them, okay? Let's start at the bottom right-hand corner. Where,
Page 108, correct?
on the map that says zoning map with future residential.
Is it the one where you?
And I scribbled suggestions.
Yeah, like B1 to R.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if you start in the bottom right-hand corner of this map. So right now, those are, you can see where they were zoned, you can see currently they're countryside. In our land use map, we said, nope, we want all that to go residential. And we said, okay, well, we have to decide what type of residential. In my mind, because they're on the outskirts and they were countryside, it makes sense that they be the largest residential lot district you have, which is R3. So that's why you see on my map where I was saying, okay, at the bottom and then to the left, I thought because they're on the edge, they should be countryside to R3. And that matches with the R3 lots you have along Country Lane across the highway. So basically, on your south perimeter all along the village, it'd be R3. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I think that's, if you wouldn't have put that in there, I think that's what I would have thought, R3.
I mean, you wouldn't make it R1, you don't have sewer and water there.
So we're already restricted from leading a countryside.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Unless you want to do a bunch of work on countryside and declare it one of your residential districts.
It's a bunch of work to delineate, you know. What has to be changed to make it be considered residential. I mean, effectively it is residential now, and that's what the effective use of this.
I don't, Skip, can you read the preamble for the countryside zoning district?
Countryside district provides for the continuation of low density residential housing and general, non-intensive agricultural and related use in those areas suited for farming. The intent is to conserve areas with adequate soil types, drainage, and topography for low density residential use and to preserve the rural landscape for uneconomical scattering residential development in such areas.
So when I read that, in my experience, in my opinion, that doesn't scream that's a residential district. That's your ag district.
So who's gonna be the one that reads that and says, no, you're not. Your comprehensive plan doesn't match your zoning plan, because right there, the first thing it says is this is a residential district.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought as I started reading too, that it's low density residential with other stuff. Wow. And then when we go into permitted uses, the first one is saying.
I'm gonna put my regulatory hat on and say, okay, where's your ag district?
I mean, the one that we just.
I mean, they all.
We just defined as.
Even.
Agritourism.
So when you look at, and let's take the county's code, for example, and you look at general ag, exclusive ag, they're all gonna say they allow for some limited low density residential, because they're saying you can have homes out in the countryside. But this is also saying it's for agriculture. In how I view your countryside district. And I would argue all day on this one, that's your ag district. That's where you put your farm. We just amended it to include agritourism. It's your ag district. And we opted to say, we're not gonna have ag anymore in this village, except for that Dudley property. And we changed our land use map to that effect. And we said at the time, because the question was, whoa, that's a lot of residential. We said, yeah, we know, but we're thinking long-term, it's a 20-year plan where we might have residential. And we said, we'll discuss the type of residential it will be at a later date. So there was a conscious decision at that time, knowing it wasn't gonna be countryside. Now, can you make it countryside? Are we like, yes, we made a mistake, let's leave it countryside? Sure, we just have to amend our land use map that we approved in April. I will say this, the plan's lofty to show that much residential up there, because it goes very slow, so I don't know if we would see that developed as R3 in 20 years, because it's a 20-year plan.
I'll
Right.
bet you.
So I think you have to say it either goes R3 or we amend the land use plan to keep it countryside. What do you want to do?
I'm fine with R3.
My initial reaction and for knowing that we had the limitation on it without changing all that was that leave it the most restrictive in countryside, you can always go residential later.
That's what I would do. I mean, I perceive countryside as being a limited residential.
And that currently borders that same type of usage up there in Liberty Grove.
Maybe what we should do
Not
then,
down here, they have. There's small lots.
There's some lots mixed in, but they're still. Cause you got, is that plateau that's going to the east? Just above the second and third.
so what you
separations.
could do is amend your zoning code to clarify that countryside is a residential district, not an ag district. I still think it's an ag district. Perimeter of your property, it's the one place you can have ag, have a farm, have agritourism. That's not a residential district, guys. But I'm not the decision maker. If you believe that that is a residential district and we want to promote that as a residential district, then let's make sure the code is very clear, it's a residential district. If not, it may be questioned whether we're inconsistent with our plan. That may confuse people. I think we need to decide, what do you want it to be, and then let me fix it for you. Whether it aligning your land use plan, aligning your zoning code, let's just, you tell me what you want, that's what we make it. Nate, you said you want to keep it
CS1.
countryside,
That's what I want.
okay? Skip countryside. Denise, R3.
Patrice?
Countryside.
See, countryside, okay.
We have a
So-
hand up, Jill.
Nope. Public hearing's done. So, okay, so we're gonna keep that one, that block we just talked about. And the triangle residential area next to it, is that correct? Does that say countryside as well? So we're looking at a rectangle and it said CS to R3. We're just gonna keep that as CS. To the left of that is a triangle of residential. It backs up parallel with the highway. Does that go to R3? Really not countryside anymore, you're getting closer to a business district.
Yeah.
Well, it abuts the highway, why would it even be
Why would you,
R3?
yeah, why would you want R3 right against?
Well, it doesn't abut the highway.
It looks
runs-
like it.
No, you got all the business district in front of it, right there. Right here,
On 57.
on 57, that pink is all business district. Yeah, right here, so that's that old countryside, but yeah, let's talk about that too.
Well, that's what I thought you were talking about.
No, I was talking about this country one, this big triangle right here. See the big triangle? And then there's a
Did
little
they
triangle that's
ask-
all green.
Did those people ask for that to be not designated as business? There was somebody along there.
They subdivided it, and I think they did want it to stay residential. That was probably 4 years ago.
Something happened on that property, and that's why the zoning does not
Okay,
match. So we need to look in that file to see what happened there
okay,
with
so,
that green
It was a
triangle.
brother and sister, I think.
okay, so for the underlying green, whatever the file says is what we keep, right? What we're thinking?
I don't know, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I wanna know what the file says, what their ask was.
So that
Because it
was,
makes no sense that it's countryside with B1 all around it.
yeah,
Okay, what about south of that green block where you're seeing It was R3 large lot, and you're seeing the residential over that. Do you think that should say large lot?
So that's off of Flint Ridge.
That's off Flint Ridge, yeah.
That's. There's already homes on that,
No, large lot.
yeah. They're smaller. Older houses, a couple of new ones mixed in.
But it doesn't make sense, let me help you, it doesn't make sense to make it countryside because then the lots would be non-conforming.
Right, now,
It doesn't make sense to subdivide it because you don't have sewer and water. out there. So do we leave it large lot residential?
I think leave it that one or three.
Let's go back and look just to the east of Nick Devley's farm. Nick Devley is countryside. And we said the next 40 over, we're gonna make residential. So that would be between Woodcrest and the Devley property. Leave it countryside or make it R2, R3 or something else.
Countryside, that's what I said, yeah. Those three, all those blocks along Woodcrest.
Okay, moving north.
I'm confused. I don't know why, if we made these decisions before, now we're doing the opposite of the decisions that we made before. But why are we doing that?
I agree. Why did you change them to residential 6 months ago and now you think that they need to stay the way they were? Because now we are gonna have to change something. Do the zoning code say this is a residential district?
This
Or
is,
do they need to- yeah.
this is what I complain about at the board. Can we make a decision and stick with it and move forward? Why are we constantly flip-flopping? It's just making more work for everybody. I mean, you guys maybe weren't here then. But Nate was here. Laurel was here. Patrice was here. I was here.
This is just consultants that came in and said, here's how you should.
No.
do it," And
No,
Okay.
we
Some
have.
discussion on it, I mean, I guess I did not perceive, I thought CS1 was still considered residential. That's what I thought. I thought that we would give ourselves some flexibility if we wanted to change the residential designation within there, but CS1 is still, I mean, I understand what Julie's saying, that it's ag. That's not what I was perceived at the time, so
I
that's
don't,
why I did it.
yeah, and I don't think the public perceived it as CS1 because I remember the public saying, you're gonna make all that residential, are you nuts? So the thought was, all of that was going to residential, not saying residential, but going residential. And when we looked at the calculations and we said, okay, we have X amount of land use and this is how much residential we're gonna have in 20, we took it out of, for those numbers, it went from countryside to residential as well. So,
well, we just absorbed a third of our growth between now and 2050 with the land unit development, so. I'm serious, you put the numbers to it of how many people are gonna move into this town.
we just approved basically major developments, which are gonna cause a lot or solve a lot of problems.
I'm not disagreeing with that, but
Yeah.
I'm just in the big picture. To make so much residential far exceeds the projections of. Growth in the village.
And how does this affect the people that own this property when we keep flip-flopping back and forth?
That's what they want to change something.
Yeah.
But right now. I mean, most of that stuff on Windcrest is farmland.
I
Well,
would
you
say
have
this
Bob
one-
Jischke that lives right there on the corner. The bottom. Corner, you have the old. His parents lived north of that. There's two homes.
You're on Woodcrest,
Yeah,
go north from
yeah, from the corner.
Flint Ridge or.
Yeah, from Flint Ridge.
Laurel, I just wanna real quick, how it affects them. It's really bad if we're going from a district that would make their lot non-conforming. My advice is don't do that, like, don't say you're countryside and now you have to be R1 and now your lot, or vice versa, I'm sorry. And now your lot is so small you can't do anything with it. We don't wanna do that, and we're not talking about. Cause that renders a property useless sometimes, so we don't wanna do that.
And we're not doing that.
No, we're not doing that. But that's how it did, talking like that,
Okay.
one of the hazards.
I mean, I want us to make decisions and stick with them.
I'll say this because it's one of my last meetings. The village is terrible for changing their mind. We're gonna do this, next meeting comes, we're not gonna do it, or our committee says this. People say, yep, that's what I'm gonna do when it gets to the board, and then at the board, we change it. We need to make some decisions and we need to stick with it. That's probably why the state says, you adopt it, you send us a copy, we're gonna watch it, we're gonna make sure you're doing what you say you're gonna do. So it's kind of like holding your feet to the fire. That's why we think about it, right? That's why we spent so much time on a 20-year plan, is to say, what do we want to be when we grow up? And the committee
Smarter,
said,
obviously.
the committee said we want to do residential. And that's okay if we now say countryside is a residential district, that is fine. We just have to make sure then that the code is clear, that is a residential district. So what we have decided so far, after all this time, is we've made two decisions. Along Flint Ridge, that's R3, and then the big rectangle between Orchard and Woodcrest is gonna be countryside, which means we're gonna just make a little change in our zoning code to that effect. Now we're moving north, and we're at the next 40, which is between Woodcrest and Nick Dudley's property. And we said that's gonna say countryside. That's okay, so everything from Plateau Extended is now countryside. I'm moving north again, we have another 40 acres, it's countryside. We talked about that area being R2, it's now right next to Nick Dudley. We talked about trails being extended, roads being extended. Should that be R2? Or do you want that countryside now? Little advice, you talked about roads going through there. You talked about trails going through there. You talked about that area being served with sewer and water, extended sewer down there. I think it should be R2. R2, okay. Balance can be R2. Now I'm gonna go to the next 40 to the north. We did talk about that being R4 at one time, that's the Barbara Hall property. We want small lots like R4, or do we want R2? Or leave it the way, so it's, so right, you know, if you take Canterbury and extend it, we had talked about extending Canterbury someday. And that being a big subdivision back there and being on sewer and water. Do we want really tiny lots like R4? Or do we want R2, which is often, I think, like 100-foot by lots? Probably makes more sense to have it R2.
Yeah,
R4 gets pretty tiny.
well, and we're getting pretty tiny with the Devilly.
Well, Wiltsey is R2, or R4, I'm sorry. So it might just be a little bit too much R4.
Yeah.
So that'd be R2.
Yeah.
Okay. On the Devilly property, R2. That's what it is right now, so we're just gonna do R2, okay? Let's hop up to the Wiltsey site, okay? Just so you know, we already rezoned that, we just rezoned it, it's on your new map, that's R4, so we're just gonna leave that R4, okay? All right. I'm gonna jump over to go along Highway 42 at the very edge of the village.
Which edge?
Highway 42, south end of the village,
South.
towards Ephraim.
Okay.
Yeah, there was a bunch of stuff that when this first came out, I wondered about that.
Yeah, this is one where I have not talked to the owner, but this is one where there's two of them that I think, did we make a mistake on? So on this one, when you look at it, that property is all B1, but there's a house there. Should that whole lot be R1 or should it stay B1? Right here, Denise.
Let's see that. Oh, yeah, I know.
I personally think we need to ask the owner and say, what do you want to be?
He just put a whole bunch of money into foundation and.
He's in,
Oh,
he's
that
working, he's
that
doing
was-
residential work.
Oh.
Yeah, it's all residential work. I personally don't when you look at that, I don't see that being commercial.
No, that with condos right behind it.
No.
Yeah.
So I think that's one where my recommendation is we ask him and say, look, you're currently B1, do you really want to be B1 or do you want to be residential? And it flat out ask for that. We may have to change our land use map if we do that, but I think it's the right thing to do. Okay, so I'm gonna. Let's go north of that, as you're heading down Pebble Beach Road. And my notes say B1 to R1. I don't know why all of that is B1. But to me, it made sense that that be R1 or R2.
Well, that's the cemetery.
Sure, is that a Fred Fuzzies?
Yes. I'm sorry, I'm off, but that's
Cemetery.
that's Little Sister Road.
Yeah,
Mhm.
here's the cemetery.
Yeah, there used to be businesses there, right?
That's what she
Yeah.
was talking about.
Makes more sense to be R1.
All right,
I mean, you make blank glass.
I know. We're almost done though, you guys. You see the next, and now go to the right.
Triangle off Peterson Lane.
Yeah, it says B1 to R1. I don't know I don't know why that's B1.
I think it just got sucked into the B.
Part of that church.
No, it's behind Culinary or.
That guy's been calling me about what he can do with it, so I think with
No,
that,
I thought that that was something with the church. Additional parking. for
Yeah,
the
sure, the
church.
parking goes back there, and you can actually go back there and then around.
That's the gray leg that then
That's
connects
the
Peterson
gray
Lane,
leg.
but there's a weird little triangle
There is.
behind Culinary and Peterson Lane that's.
yeah,
It's
because,
not even big enough to, I mean, it is big enough to build on, but it's a weird shape.
so somebody's been calling me about that, saying, well, what, if I get that property, what can I do with it? And I'm like, well, what is it used for now? It's owned by the church, if I remember right, but it doesn't,
Trying to think of what it looks like, is it wooded back there?
Yeah, it is what it would.
Okay,
it
It's
looks like it'd be
behind,
more appropriate to extend his lot.
funeral parlor and the
Yeah.
dentist is right there. It's all behind that.
Somebody has a house right across the street from that. Off Peterson Court.
Yeah, there's two there.
Yeah, so to me, it makes sense that it'd be R1, but maybe we should ask, maybe I should ask the owner what.
I would ask.
Right there.
I don't think it's necessarily a big issue, because if one of those businesses wanted to buy that, to make their lot bigger, or.
Because if the business did that, it's one thing, but if they did it as an independent business, the entrance would be off Peterson Lane.
Right, which makes no sense.
No.
Yeah.
Correct, right, I'm just talking about, so yeah, ask them, okay.
Yeah, I can't see the dentist buying it, and I can't see the funeral home buying it.
Okay, what about the glob to the right where it says B1 to R1? You like those terms?
I'm looking at the blob.
I'm writing it down.
So it was B1, and on our land use map, we said we were gonna make that R.
So.
And of course, we'd follow the property line.
Isn't that like where Tangled is? Or is it Tangled?
Yeah, that's, yeah, yes,
Which also then.
because Jack Anderson's, right, is Jack in the front? Or Frickman,
Frickman is there.
And then,
but I always use the old names, out of here.
okay, then use Hagadar. But then that also bumps right up on Hoffman's. The new
I mean, there's a business there,
hotel, which
well, isn't it that Tangled?
without, you know,
I think so.
it looks like.
Let me try to pull up the,
That-
did it leave?
Nate left, he packed up his stuff and he left.
Can I do that?
It's just, it's hard to tell from the
So it's between
Okay,
Meadow and
wait, you know
Chalet.
what, there's something behind Frickman's, that little home, and then,
That's a rental.
yes, it's a rental, and then Tangled is right behind
Right
that.
behind that.
So is that what
Right
this
above
is?
all that, to the east is where the
Is
Hoffman Hotel.
Yeah,
The new hotel, yeah.
Might be.
God, I hate the county's new GIS.
they started, right? Or no?
I know they got a sign out on the highway.
Yeah, I see the
which
sign, I haven't ever
I
driven
kind of
that.
questions, it's not really on the property that they're building on.
Well, since Tangled is a business, shouldn't it be a business?
A business
Yes.
and change the land use map. I think that's one of those things on the land use map. We just correct, like you said, we're gonna see what works.
This is kind of like that one property line that
Yeah,
they've gotten one way or the other.
Yeah,
which may mean that you change your land use map, but we wanna do that once, right? So that one would go business,
If that's.
follow the current
included.
line, yeah, okay, follow current.
I mean, that's the color that it's printed in.
It's currently business on your zoning map, and on your land use map, it's now residential. Or it's residential, follow current business, okay. So then the only other one that, and I'm assuming Bay Shore Drive, that's all R1, keep all that R1. All the other R areas stay the same, right? If there are 4, or R2, there are 2, R3 remains R3. Bay Shore Drive remains R1,
oh, Bay Shore Drive, okay.
North Bay Shore Drive. Okay. So then the only other one is, I have a question for you, is the one I circled on the south side of Sunset. That's right behind Algopi's condos. You see which one I'm talking about?
If there's a hole there.
There's a home there, and they're actually doing some work on the home. It's gonna stay a home. I think, and it's always been this way in the map, we have that as business. It is occupied as a residence, and I think we need to make that residential, like. What's next to it? I think it was, R2. They actually came in to build a garage, and I'm like, sorry, you can't do it, your business, and they're like, what? I said, your own business, you know, it's residential, I mean, it's
It's the one that's set back closer to you than the Razor House.
no, this is off on. Algopi's other Marina View, so you're across from the
Oh,
marina.
I'm on the wrong street.
Yeah, you're on the marina, crosses Marina View, you turn the corner, there's a little house there.
Yeah,
And, there was a man there and he passed away this year, but it's a family there. It's a woman and her son. They're doing remodeling on it right now. It's a house. It's not gonna be a residence.
Yeah, it's a single story, yeah.
It's a ranch.
yeah.
I think it's an error and that should have been corrected. I mean, I think it was an error on the land use map and the previous zoning map. And I think it needs to be corrected because it should be residential.
I agree.
I agree. It should be residential.
Those were the concerns I had, and those were the easiest way to fix the residential part. We can talk about any other changes people have, but in my mind, it made sense to say, let's do that woodland overlay. Let's address these residential things we just talked about. And then the next meeting, let's look at what else changed and look at what they should be zoned. So if we previously had something residential and we made it business, let's look at that. Or if we had something that was industrial and it became parkland, let's look at that. We don't have much. It should go pretty easy. I mean, what we did now changes a lot. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm just not happy.
Everybody's brain dead at this point, so.
Like along Fieldcrest. We, right now it's large lot residence and then we said we're gonna keep that. We're only gonna keep, here's a good question. So when you're on Fieldcrest, you see a lot of blue, you see the yellow hashing and you see a lot of blue off to the sides. That was all large lot residence. And we said, the only thing that should be residential is that portion along Fieldcrest. You know, we either leave it all large lot residence or we change it. I mean, it's still residence, so it matches the land use map. But should that be R1 along Fieldcrest itself? Or R2 or R3?
It's almost fully developed.
It is.
You only got a couple.
And some of those are 5 acre lots in there.
Because there are 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, so leave it the way it is.
I would.
I think they should sail on that one.
I mean, it's still, that is still compliant with your land use map, because they are resident.
And a lot of behind those properties is a wetland.
Yeah. I know it doesn't make a lot of sense now, but it will when we, next time we look at this map, okay?
So one of the things that. The original land use. Okay, that's right, was it? Part of the funding of the old Baker's Golf Course was listed as D1. I'm not certain here.
Because the board changed.
Yeah.
I think it's appropriate, but I questioned that background was all through now. I said, okay, good job, board.
Well, they made it commercial. What it got adopted is on page 59 of the plan. So what's across there is commercial. So when you're looking at the map, that whole golf course all the way down to the highway shows up as green, right?
Right.
Because that's what it was years ago.
Right.
Now, we went through in April and we said, nope, we want that portion along the highway to commercial.
Right.
So your next map, when we look at what else changed, that's one of them. We're gonna say, oh, we made that commercial, so the map needs to now show that as commercial.
Right, that's what I remember seeing.
Yeah.
That's what question the difference between.
No, that came from Plan Commission. The board didn't change that. They changed.
We had that
That was
golf
under
course
the-
for residential.
Yes, resident, that's what it was.
Putting
that
it
they
as
changed.
residential, and then we
This was
had,
before me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
City
yeah,
and things,
yeah,
but
we
That's
had-
like a year ago. I just remember talking about that because everything is business along there.
right, and then we were gonna make, because the golf course is defunct, we're like, well, let's
Yeah.
make it residential so it can be developed. There was somebody who said, no, I walk my dog back there, I know these people, we want to keep it natural area, and we kept it natural area. So, we kept
There was some
it,
NIMBY stuff going on.
we kept it open land.
Don't talk about my neighbors like that.
We kept it open land, so it would never, so,
What happens when those people pass away?
Well, that's what's gonna be.
I mean, that's gonna
interesting
be a
because the son-
major-
The son does not wanna keep it the way it is.
yeah, I wish
That's gonna be a major
I wish
area.
the owner would have spoken up on that to see what they wanted to do. Right now, it just stays, they can't do anything with it. You know, they're very
Maybe they'll
limited,
leave it to a land trust or something.
maybe. But there's very little they can do with it right now. However, let's say that property does sell. And the son wants to, or whoever wants to do something with it. Let's say they wanna make it residential. Land use map says it's all open land. Zoning map says it's natural area or whatever, parkland. They just have to petition to amend the future land use map to make it residential. And then petition to rezone it to residential, and then they can do what they want.
Long process, expensive.
But it is,
But it's a lot of land, so it would be worth it if they developed it.
yeah, you're looking at, a couple months, and I think each application is maybe 1,500, because you're notifying everybody around there and stuff, and you have to do notices in the paper, but. Hey, for $3,000 and maybe 4 months,
You need a bigger one.
yeah,
That ship has sailed.
yeah. Maybe
Okay,
not.
next.
That's
Maybe
it.
not.
That's it. So then we have to go back to our agenda, which was the miscellaneous text.
So I think under outdoor lighting, and you mention it, that outdoor lighting does not address potential nuisance code amendments. But I think that we should have string lights in here. That is outdoor lighting. That has been a problem. And
My friend calls it runway lighting.
Oh, no.
She's got it by her.
We've got runway lighting in our neighborhood.
And so I think, it's outdoor lighting. We have to have number 4. Talking about string lights. It can also be in the nuisance.
Because that's
aspect.
what I had brought it up before, and that's what you said then, that it had to be part of the nuisance code. And there's a short-term rental right next to Vlad's new home. They keep those lights lit up all night long, every night.
I think I actually checked on that.
It's
So
the
that's
back
what I
up.
found though. Okay, so what would string lights say? It says
that-
all outdoor has to meet the standards. What are the standards? We can't just put number 4.
Light
String
sources
lights.
shall be shielded.
that they cannot be on.
Yeah, but everybody's got them. I mean, if you
24/7.
look at the businesses, they've got string lights all over.
But
And
they don't,
those are not
even the
shielded.
businesses don't even leave them on. They turn them off when they close.
My neighbor turns them on about 2 or 3 in the afternoon. He shuts them off around 10 PM, and then he gets up at 5 AM and he lifts them back on again until the sun comes out. And now that the trees are all bare,
Yeah.
I have all of these lights in my bedroom. It drives me crazy.
So it wouldn't help to say that the string lights cannot be on before dusk or after dawn. Meaning they can only be on at night.
That's not accomplishing.
No.
That's not their nuisance.
No, they're nuisance when I'm trying to sleep.
So what kind of, how far are the string lights from your bedroom window? How close are they?
Well, I don't know. His lot touches ours at the back. He
And we
has an
look
office
down on
deck. He has an office deck and he runs them all the way to Cherrywood Lane. So the length of his lot plus around his whole deck. It's pretty.
Is this during Christmas or?
This is all
No, it's
year
all year
long,
round.
since he moved in 2 years ago in November.
Yeah, this kind of like became a thing a few years back.
I remember was it Peach Barn where they said the lights couldn't exceed a certain.
Yeah, but I don't think any of them do, the ones that people are using in their homes. I
No,
don't
they're
think
they're
that,
not like ultra bright.
No.
but There's just so many of them that.
and that it's just irritating.
Yeah, and when he has some that are different colors, so some are more of the warm color, and then it's like he changes them when they burn out and they're bright white.
So maybe they should only be allowed to be warm white.
Yes,
He
that would
shouldn't be
be
allowed to have them at all. I'm gonna get a beanie guy.
They just keep breaking.
But I see that it's very popular with short-term rentals.
Yeah, oh, yeah. We just call them party lights, huh?
That's what it is.
Okay, so they must be warm white.
And 5 watt.
I don't know what they are.
Like a Christmas light.
I'm trying to think.
I can look at how we
You can't,
worded it.
you just can't.
See, there,
See, when a
This is
business
not
turns
part of
in,
the curriculum.
it is.
it is.
But if you get it's not like we go looking for things, but if a neighbor has a problem, then we have something that, we can refer to and go and investigate. And if they're using the cool white, which are really the blue white, that are so bright, but is there a way that we can say, because a business will turn theirs off when they close.
Yeah.
And not turn them on. But it's like, we can't say, well, you have to turn them off when you go to bed. Everybody goes to bed differently. I mean, it is very difficult to come up then with other
And who's
criteria.
gonna patrol that?
I think, I understand why they're a nuisance, but I think the board will have a real issue, like now this is micromanagement. This is
Yeah.
one of the things we have an issue with. And how do you patrol it? I think it's one of those things you just have to go talk to your neighbor and say, look, your lights are driving me nuts, and they'll say no.
Agree with that.
And if that.
But I think also you can do the warm, that it have to be the warm bulbs.
Yeah, you could just say they have to be warm.
There's still so many of them.
Yeah, they're like this far apart, you know, so it's like, I don't know how many that are on there, but it goes around the entire deck. It like makes a U around the deck, and then it goes all the way across his backyard.
It's
to-
right on the property line.
Yeah, it's on the property line,
That runs it all the way around back there.
and there's one on,
Well, I think that if we think that we should try to do something. Whether the board's gonna do whatever the board's gonna do, as we have found out quite a bit lately. All we can do is try.
I mean, currently, under 2A2, you've got some legs with light sources shall be shielded or installed, so there is not a direct line of sight between the light source and its reflection at a 0.5 feet above ground or adjacent property in public streets. But with, you can see it, it's not shielded. Well, these are all just open bulbs, so there's no
Right.
shielding to them.
Right.
I can just see a room full of people here.
I mean, it's like, unfortunately, I think we're micromanaging. I agree with that,
Are we
much as I
okay?
don't like it.
Are we okay with the part about the parking lot and taking out the metal halide and? I mean, that's what we talked about.
No, I was fine on this. Because it was specified in our code as you should use this.
Yeah.
On number 3, you're talking about?
Number
Yeah, that's
3,
fine.
yeah, okay.
But then under lighting source, don't we want to take out metal halide underneath the next paragraph and the next paragraph?
Question is, are there certain uses where they're appropriate that we're over restricting, or is this just such old technology that was in here because it was grandfathered?
I don't know, my notes from our conversation back in April was just that you wanted all references to the metal halide lights take it removed from the code.
Take it out and see if anyone complains.
Yeah,
Well, the only ones that are gonna complain are the ones that come in new and wanna do something. Cause who's gonna stop everybody from doing this?
Well, reality is most people would rather put in LEDs because there's so much less cost per
Yeah.
product. You know, like 1200 watt halide light is expensive.
okay.
Well, does outdoor light output total also address string lights?
Ooh.
From all outdoor luminaries?
Always not gonna go. I suppose if it bothers them, you know, they would figure it out, they would report it.
Yeah. I mean,
Well,
if we take an example, we have, with the backyard fire pit. With lights all around it, right? Is that what you're thinking of? You can see it from really far away, but there are probably 15-watt bulbs, and I would say there's an estimated 100 of those bulbs. Okay, so that's 100 times 15 watts, you
Yeah.
can think about watts, but here's the thing. Anyone who has these lights is gonna say, I spent $250 on these lights, and I had to pay some guy $100 to put them up or whatever. There's gonna be so much pushback from the.
But that's what I'm saying. We're not going to, it's one of those things that's on the books.
You wanna put it in there, so if somebody
Does
complains.
complain, it's there. If nobody
Yeah.
complains,
Okay.
we're not going out driving through town at night in July and August going, right,
Yeah,
And we're obviously gonna have to exclude the Christmas season because
so that's,
fact that they're not shielded, we've already got that in writing.
okay, so I do
Well,
still
not
think
shielded.
here that you should still put string lights under there and they have to be the warm white. Just so string lights are out there about or outdoor lighting, so they know what applies to all this
Yeah.
other stuff. Right? All right, I knew I'd get there, it just took a while.
Okay, so then we go, do we wanna change anything under the general definitions? I don't know enough.
Oh, yeah,
to
other
say,
than
like,
like metal halide is still in there, not stricken.
where?
Well, of course, iodine, tungsten.
Oh, there's metal.
Yeah, in both paragraphs, they're there.
Little sodium, sodium.
Okay, so I screwed up on that. And what about the mercury? Do we leave the mercury lights in there? Me, those are annoying.
I have a couple really strange light bulbs in my overhead lights over the pumps. And I can't remember what, I'm pretty sure they're not metal halide. They might be high pressure sodium.
I think WPS is taking all those high pressure sodium lights out.
I mean, it's a bulb that's this big.
Cause my dad had some
They're
high
very
pressure sodium.
expensive.
Yeah, they're super expensive.
Dad had
And
some,
they're expensive to run.
yeah, dad had some and he came home and WPS had switched all those lights out, so I think they're trying to get away from some of those. So is it even worth addressing if somebody else is changing it? I don't know. We can take metal halide out, but I think there's.
Well, so you're looking at definitions and those are included in what lighting sources are. We're
So
not
yeah, it's
limiting
just a
there.
definition.
So
Yeah,
leave metal halide in there.
okay. Alright.
Okay, let's go on to page 110.
For the total output, that part's fine, and it's just talking about how they drop with age. You're measuring their intensity as they're doing.
So when you get to page 110 and then for the next, so when I talked to the building inspector, because we had a lady who put a shed really close to our house, we put a condition on to uphold the code. And I told her she needed a building permit, building inspector comes back, whoa, wait, you guys are not certified to enforce the uniform dwelling code. You don't understand. Sometimes if there's all these different conditions that come into play with this. You can't say uniformly, if you're within X amount of feet, you need this. He said, there's a lot of different things that factor here. He said, you cannot be doing this. And so he said, you need to, you should remove it. He said, because it's unenforceable.
That's all.
So I was like, okay, let's take all that out. Okay.
Yeah, so
It also refers to Department of Industry, Labor, Human Relations, but I don't think it's been around since I was a young
Oh,
adult.
Miller,
The
yeah.
80s. Oh,
Yeah.
all right, so then we're going on to page 115, which starts the miscellaneous things. We had talked about when we did the Little Vegas project, that if they're going to retail at the country walk shops, they should not have to go through site plan review. You still need a permit because you want to get in on the books, you want to alert the assessor, you want to track what's going on. So they should have a zoning permit. Code says they need a zoning permit. But this amendment would strike them, not require them to get a site plan review.
That was the $1,500.
That was
Yeah.
$1,500, yeah. Next, when you go down, we repeat it, because now you're saying that whether they need a development agreement, making it clear they do not. We also had a board member who was not happy that they had up a business and they went to redo the siding and the windows. They also altered their entryway. And they thought it was brought up at the board that, hey, when you're just changing stuff like siding and windows, you should not have to go through site plan review. So this also,
But he was wrong because they were also were changing the entrance, so.
there
they
was a
could have-
change to the entrance. And you know, I think the reason why this was probably in here is you wanna make sure it's not gonna be pink. You wanna make sure they don't change it all to coffin shaped windows or something, right? You wanna have some control on it, but,
My question is though, on this, the first part of the sentence is fine, where you're talking about country walk. But then why existing non-conforming? Why wouldn't it just be an existing commercial building?
because the code says the only ones you regulate are the non-conforming ones.
Okay.
So this is saying, so the code says if it's not conforming, you have to look at it. And this is saying you're not gonna exempt them as long as it's just a siding or a window job.
Okay.
And let's face it, any other non-conforming building, you don't regulate that. So, all right, I'm gonna put that in here. Page 116, statutes talk about the zoning board does this, the zoning board does that. In this village, the zone, in most places, that's your plan commission. This just makes it clear that that's the plan commission. When you're looking at the statutes, you know who's doing what, okay? Now, I did put in parents there, you see it says, please note the zoning board is different from the zoning board of appeals. Normally, we don't want to put stuff in parentheses in a code. I think you have to, because people are gonna think you're talking about the zoning board of appeals, and they are two totally different boards. Does that make sense? So zoning board of appeals, the only thing they can do is hear a variance or an appeal of a zoning administrator or plan commission decision, okay? Or is it plan commission? Anyway, zoning board has the authority to hold public hearings, to issue permits, to amend codes.
Is that what the plan commission is?
We are the zoning board.
We're the zoning board,
Yeah.
okay.
The problem is the statutes, sometimes they talk about the plan commission, sometimes they talk about the zoning board. So let's make it very obvious, we are one and the same.
Okay.
All right, then we're moving on to housing.
You have to explain this to me because I don't think I agree with it.
Yeah, and I also have to correct some numbers, okay? So first of all, let me get my little cheat sheets here. First of all, ignore where it says 50 feet, 7,500. You know, I just should have got my act together here, but, okay. I had that because back in the day, if a lot was 55 feet wide and 7,500 square feet in area, and it was on sewer, it could be used for development. Back in the day, we could count. And we have a lot of 50-foot, not a lot, we have a sufficient amount of 50-foot wide lots, all up northern Bay Shore Drive. So I was like, well, that makes sense to say, hey, if at zoning, when we adopted zoning, if it was 50 feet wide and 7,500, you should let it be developed. I checked though, and actually I had Julie Tyson go back and find the code. When we adopted zoning, at that time, it said to be grandfathered, you had to be 65 feet and 65 feet wide, 10,000 square feet. But, so first of all, those numbers should be changed to reflect that, okay? And what it says is, basically, if you are a grandfather lot, you can build on that. Now, we, of course, say no, but they're all in common ownership. Like if you have 3 of these grandfather lots next to each other, we say, too bad, you don't have 3 lots, you have 1 lot. And that has resulted in McMansions sometimes. And you could have had 3 homes, but now you just took that ability out of the housing market. There was also a law passed that said you could not dictate ownership, require someone to, I gotta find it here. You could not require someone to not develop their property. I'm sorry, I had all these notes on the chair. And it's been hectic, and I'm picking up, and I'm like, where are my notes? So you guys keep talking as I'm looking for this. But what do you think about that? Do you think we should require?
Do we have actually any lots that do not have a structure on them now? That meet this criteria?
You do, when you go up and down Bay Shore Drive, you'll see there are some out there that are not developed.
Where?
No, yeah,
Well, you're looking at a lot, and you're seeing a house in the middle, and it's got these big green things on the side, right? Green area. Some of those are actually individual lots. The problem is, we said you can't do that, so they combined them into 1 lot. Now they're being used to meet green space requirements and stuff. So they're out there. You do have vacant lots, it's just that some of them, cannot be used for development. And
So you can bring more to the non-water side of Bigfoot Drive or?
no, there's a few on the water side. as well.
I wanna know what parcels they are before I make a decision.
I can't picture them, but the reality is. If somebody wants to build a larger house. And they have the land to do it, meet the codes, why are we trying to stand in their way?
Well, they can combine them into one lot and build a big house. We would not stop that. But by saying,
With their logic, you're not combining them and building two little houses.
Mom and I wanna build houses, we don't have money for a McMansion, so we decide, Mom, how about if you build on this lot and I'll build on this lot? Wow, we just increased our housing stock. Sorry, village says you can't do that. I need my notes because the notes say you cannot prevent somebody from. You can't control that anymore. Back in the day,
How
you.
big are these lots? 10,000 square feet.
Uh,
I need to look at a map. I need to know what lots they are if we have them. I need verification so I can picture it in my head.
I'll tell you what, I am really frustrated with myself that I not have that here, because of course I want to get stuff done before I'm gone. And I can't find my notes. But do we all, let's start. Do we all agree that the minimum should be what was, the code was in 1973, which I think offhand was 65 feet and 10,000 square. 65 feet in width. And I think it was 10,000 square feet is what you needed to be grandfathered in 1973.
So why are we trying to step back to what was when we've got codes that are done today?
Well, what your code says now is.
I don't have the same problem with that, I had part of the substandard lot section.
Can we just come back to this? Because I don't think we're gonna come to a resolution on this tonight.
Okay, let's look at it at next month's meeting on that one. And I'll add some more language to this. If we can maybe agree, we'll move forward with the other amendments. I'd like to do them all at once, though, so. Oh, here's my notes. The next page. Okay, what it says here. 2017 Act 67 prohibits a county or local zoning ordinance from prohibiting the conveyance, selling or transfer of ownership or development of legal non-conforming lots or requiring the merger of adjacent non-conforming lots owned by the same property owner without the property owner's position. And it specifically said, and they specifically use the words term substandard lot. So what I'm saying is, we had the substandard rule that said, hey, you own a couple of them, you combine them. And in the 2017 Act 67 said you can't do that anymore.
No, Act 67 is really bad for the village, not because of this, but for other reasons.
And then we had statute 66.100154 says, under merging, no political subdivision may enact or enforce an ordinance or take any action that requires one or more lots to be merged with another lot. Basically, I'm telling you, you don't really have a choice on this. You got to fix them. You can't make them merge them anymore.
Oh, I have no problem with that part of it.
Okay, let's agree that we will fix that.
Well. But so where I'm struggling with is in kind of. Dimensions that you were giving.
Yes. Well. So does, do you have the whole code? Do you want to go back to? So the code talks about, if when you're looking at non-conforming stuff, it says, you know, if you predated the zoning code, if you're a lot of record prior to 1973, you're grandfathered. And we say if you look at 66092, that as long as you're 65 feet wide and 10,000 square feet, you're grandfathered, you can be built.
And then your wording is as long as they meet the setback and green space requirements.
Yeah.
So they still have to, so the lot may be grandfathered or legal non-conforming, but they would have to meet today's criteria of setbacks and green space. And if they're still allowed to do that, if they can do that, I mean, it's buildable.
Right, like you're not gonna say, hey, we know you can't meet any setbacks. Go get all these variances and then we'll let you build it. It's saying, no, you know what, we're gonna let you build it as long as you meet the code. You meet the setback from the road, you meet the setback from the side, you meet the green base requirements. We know it's a small lot, but hey, you can do it, you can meet the code. Here you go, here's a permit.
Well, if the law says we
Yeah.
have to change it, then I guess we have to change it.
Yeah, and I did bring the statute numbers here in case anybody wanted to, look at it, because I figured people might question it, but. Yeah. So anyways, there was that. Which has to be fixed.
And that's it.
That's it, but before you do, I just wanna say, I really think you need to also look at your non-conforming use rules. So there's non-conforming structures. That's a building or a deck or something that doesn't meet setbacks or spatial requirements. Then there's non-conforming use, like let's say you have 2 homes on a lot. That makes that non-conforming, or 3 homes, because now the code says you can only have 1 home per lot. Or it says maybe cottage resorts aren't allowed here, but maybe you have a cottage resort in a R1, that becomes a non-conforming use. And we allow people to come here and say, hey, let's review it, let's work with them. But statutes don't allow you to do that. So we try to be nice to people and work with them, but there's codes out there. And I just wanted to share this with you real quick. When it comes to statutes, they've been changing a lot, okay? So it says you can have the non-conforming use, we all know that. It cannot be extended. The total structural repairs or alterations in such a non-conforming building, etc., that houses the non-conforming use cannot exceed the repairs, not exceed 50% of the assessed value of the buildings, building, premise, structure, etc. At one time, the state said, non-conforming structure, non-conforming use, we limit it over the lifetime of the structure. You cannot improve it more than 50% of its value. The goal was to get rid of all these old non-conformities. They came out a number of years ago and said, you can't restrict it on non-conforming structures. We took it out of our code. But it still says you can restrict it on non-conforming uses. And then there was the 2005 Act 112, which said non-conforming structures, like if you had a house that didn't meet the code. It said if it was damaged, you'd have to allow it to be rebuilt. You and I were talking about that the law says if it's a non-conforming structure, you have to allow it to be rebuilt. It says the replacement structure may be larger than one destroyed if necessary to meet the setbacks or standard federal requirements. Where I'm going with all this is, we say, hey, bring us we're not gonna limit your 50% on your non-conforming use, bring it to us, we're gonna look it over. The state is saying, no, you don't have that option. You cannot be that flexible. And I think you need to take a look at your non-conforming use rules and compare them to the state and make them match this.
Oh, we just have to apply our codes.
Yeah.
No, we didn't.
Kind of.
No, we didn't.
Because we allowed them to come here.
Oh, coming here.
Okay, so
Are you
anyways,
giving me your notes?
no, but what I'm saying is I think we need to look at that at our next meeting.
Oh, you are gonna bring that, because that's your last meeting.
That's my last meeting. Going over the bang, man. I'm bringing you guys hours of work.
You just did.
So back on the substandard lot thing.
Yeah.
So substandard lots in the R2
would allow construction on lot 75 wide
Where do you see that?
with 50-foot building and a 25-foot total side setbacks for total width.
Where do you see that?
That's in our two codes. I mean, that's. And R2 allows
So that's a lot, that's
an
a,
envelope.
so R2, when you're looking at R2, that says a conforming lot must be 75 feet wide, right? But what if it's 70? What if it's 65?
That's not,
It's not conforming,
because you can't put a big enough house on.
so then you
Where I
have
was
to
going
go,
with this is that 75-foot minimum lot with 50 and 25 setbacks. You're ending up with a maximum structure of 1,500 square feet at your envelope because of rear setbacks and everything else. In R1, you'd be a 50 by 20 or 1,000 square foot house. R3 you couldn't even do
so in R1,
with these substandard lots.
if you had a 65-foot lot, okay, that's substandard, right? That says if it's 65, your grandfather, you can build on it if you can meet. And you remove your 10 and 15 or your 25, that gives you 40 feet of width. That's a buildable lot. I've seen people build 18-foot wide homes, you know? 40 feet is more than adequate for somebody to build a home.
Except when we start to also get the square footages as minimum requirements. And
I understand what you're saying about that way.
so that's.
The minimum requirements for a bedroom. Okay, so he's gonna do 2 or 3 bedroom home.
We had a 40 or 45-foot wide,
Here.
45 feet wide, the house was 30 feet.
It was 45 on the front.
Yeah, it was 45 in the front, 120 in the front to back. And that was after they gave us the alley that never went through, so it was really small. Our house was 30 feet across.
30 by 24.
Yeah. I mean, and that's what it was at the time, it was built in 1953.
When you go along the bay shore and the lake shore,
Julie.
you have a dog, Ethel.
We can,
Tell me to shut up.
we're gonna address this next meeting.
We are gonna address this next week. And I'll try to make it easier to understand why why we gotta change it. And again, I'm just trying to make sure your codes are compliant. So everything's taken care of right now.
Thanks.
And the last agenda item, plan commission chair report, there is nothing for me to report. I presume you read it. I think you probably know why it's in the packet. Wanted to share information. I'm sorry.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that.
And, I'll ask for a motion to adjourn.
Hold on. So the next meeting is December 18th. It's a Thursday, everybody. Keep that in mind. And I do want Megan Barnes, who created a GIS layer, which we want to share with the public. We want the public to be able to access it. I want her to do a little presentation so you can see what we can do with GIS and then how the public can access it. If you want that kicked back to January, we can. But she's really proud of it and she's done a heck of a job.
Motion to adjourn at 10:07. Motion by Heidler,
Second.
second by Hart, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes, I got it.
Hope you feel better, Patrice.
Rolf said.
Thank you.
Bye, Patrice.
She always looks like
Night.
she has a hat from her